Bro, here we go. Here we go. I am so nervous for this draft, man. The only thing that I just do not want, like I'd be fine with almost everything. The only thing that I do not want is JC Latham at 5. If JC Latham at 5 is the pick, I'm gonna try to stay positive, okay? We're gonna stay positive in here, but that's the only thing that makes me nervous. I actually am pretty nervous for this draft, man. Just sit back and watch the show. No JC Latham, bro. If JC Latham is the pick in a trade down scenario, like I'm totally fine with that. You know, if we trade down with the Vikings like at 11, I think that's really awesome value. If we trade down with the Vikings, get 11, and then you pick JC Latham, I like that pick. Please let Marvin Harrison fall to us. Bro, if Marvin Harrison fell to us, that is like my dream scenario. I would love that pick. But I don't know if the Cardinals pass on him, bro. I feel like it's pretty locked in that the Cardinals go for Marvin Harrison Jr. They would probably really, really want a huge package to get off of that pick. I want to try to keep up in Twitter here, okay? Because there's a couple things that have been going down. Apparently, the 49ers are willing to trade Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel in order to move up in the first round. This isn't a report from Dove Kleeman, okay? This is actually a report from Diane. I think it's Diana, or is it Diane? Diana Rossini. She's from The Athletic. And she's a very trusted source. So if she is saying that the 49ers are willing to trade either Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel, I think Deebo Samuel, he's got a better contract. Like he's already locked up, I think, for 2 or 3 more years at, I think it was 70 something million a year. Brandon Ayuk is about to get paid. Like he's about to get close to 30 million a year. That's something to look out for. I don't know if they, I mean, I don't see the Chargers trading down all the way with the 49ers, but maybe they trade up with like the Jets or something. It's just something to keep an eye on. Something that's going on right now. I also want to listen to this clip really quick. I haven't listened to this yet. Malik Nabers over Ayuk. I would totally agree with that for the Chargers. Malik Nabers over Brandon Ayuk. And probably Deebo Samuel as well, because I just don't think the Chargers should be spending that much money on a wide receiver right now. I think you draft a wide receiver right now. What are the chances we take a wide receiver, you think, at this point? Oh, man. Chances of taking, I mean, if Marvin Harrison Jr. gets past the Cardinals, I think the chances that we take Marvin Harrison Jr. is pretty dang close to 100%. At least that's what I'm hoping. But that's what the reports have been too. It's been, okay, it's either Marvin Harrison Jr. or an offensive lineman. We haven't really heard, very closely to the draft right now. We haven't heard Malik Nabers connected to the Chargers much at all. I'm so nervous, bro. I'm nervous too. If it's not Malik Nabers and it's JC Latham at 5, but let's listen to this clip because this has some impact on the Chargers pick right now.
Rich, it does seem that the quarterbacks are going to go 1, 2, 3 with Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, then Drake Maye. Whether the Patriots trade or not, it does seem like Maye likely goes number 3 overall.
Okay.
So where does JJ McCarthy go? I run through a couple of his potential landing spots. Number 4 for the Arizona Cardinals. I know they're open for business. If a team like the Giants, maybe the Vikings decide to come up, that would be a potential spot. The Giants still in the quarterback mix, even if they don't trade up to 3, could end up.
So the Giants being a team that trades up, but there are reports that a lot of people were saying the Giants are not a JJ McCarthy team. I think the JJ McCarthy teams really are like the Vikings and the Raiders, or not the Raiders, the Broncos. And I talked about the Broncos doing that trade-up scenario with the Chargers. If it comes to that, we could possibly get Patrick Surtain in a trade. That would be a really nice move as well. And Patrick Surtain is only 24 years old. He's like younger than some of these draft prospects that are coming out. Let me finish this clip really quick, though, just in case he says something.
If they pass over him, they go for a receiver, then I would not be surprised if the Vikings have a decision to make. Do they come up a little bit from 11, or do they say, you know what?
Okay, so he's basically saying if JJ McCarthy gets past the Giants, then the Vikings are going to have to make a decision
and take him there
to either move up between 11 and 6. Okay, so that's not really freaking relevant, man. Let's hear what Joe Hortiz had to say. Have you guys heard this clip? I have not heard this clip yet, but this is Joe Hortiz, like literally, when was this? 4:08 p.m.
What would you ideally like that first pick to be?
I'd like him to be a great player, and I know he will be.
Me too.
He will be. So, it's going to be a player that fits our mentality, what we're building here, and he's going to come in and hit the ground running.
Not any one particular position, though, right?
No, absolutely not. No, well, we're going to take the best player available for the Chargers.
And when you think of
Bro, who do you think is the best player available? Okay, because if he's taken into account positional value as best player available, and he values offensive line higher than wide receiver, what if that gap between Malik Nabers in his mind and JC Latham or Joe Alt isn't enough to take Malik Nabers? Like that's how I think he might be thinking, taking best player available and still picking Joe Alt or JC Latham. We're about to get the best wide receiver ever, bro. I hope that you are right. Everyone is wanting a wide receiver right now. If we don't take a wide receiver, oh boy. But let me also tell you this. If we trade down, I don't think we're going to take a wide receiver at 11 because there's not going to be a bunch of good wide receivers available at 11. I think Rome Odunze, Malik Nabers, obviously Marvin Harrison Jr., those three guys are going to be gone. And then you go to that next step, which is like Brian Thomas Jr., Adonai Mitchell. Xavier Worthy has gotten like a lot of first-round buzz, very close to the draft right now. I wouldn't like Xavier Worthy at 11 or any of those guys that I just mentioned. Let me finish this clip really quick. This is a scary draft. It is.
about that, this roster is pretty well set. Oh, you only need help in a few places.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty of being a GM and in personnel in general. You're always looking to fill holes in the roster, but you're also looking to build depth throughout the roster. And when I mean depth, I mean players that can come in that, in the second, third, fourth, fifth rounds that add quality depth and can become starters, or if a starter goes down, we don't miss a beat when they come in the game.
What would you?
Okay. We're not cooked, guys. I know some people in the chat are saying, are we cooked? We're not. If we pick JC Latham at 5, if that is the worst case scenario to have a really good offensive lineman, because if you watch JC Latham, he's very, very good in the run game and in the pass game. He is a freaking mauler, man. And he's got really good technique as well. Just because he's a mean streak, nasty offensive lineman doesn't mean he doesn't have good technique. It's not like DJ Fluker. Here's the other tweet that I wanted to look at. After asking around, pretty clear much of the top 10 is at least moderately open for business on a trade back. And the Chargers, they are 7-11 open. We are wide open. Joe Hortiz is saying, hey, I want to trade down badly. And I think he wants to trade down badly because he himself doesn't want to take an offensive lineman at 5. That's what it's feeling like to me right now. Oh, let's see if there's anything new. Need to stop with this JC at 5 crap. Bro, everyone needs to stop with the JC at 5 crap. I'm not the one that's saying it. I'm just repeating what the experts are saying. Literally, the insiders are saying that. And there's so many people that are so consistent with that take, so close to the draft. I mean, how could this not be real? If this is fake and we actually do take Malik Nabers and they were not interested in JC Latham this much, this would be like the craziest smokescreen of all time. JC Latham at 5 shows me that the new coaching staff has no clue what they're doing. I think JC Latham at 5 would. I don't think it would sit well with a lot of people, but this is what we signed up for, man. This is going to be a physical team running downhill. AJ Brown just got a new contract, 3 years for $96 million. And then look, that's also why you draft wide receivers very highly. 3 years, $96 million. That's $32 million a year, roughly. We're going to see what the guaranteed money. Okay, $84 million. So around $32 million a year. You draft a wide receiver at 5 like Malik Nabers that can become like an AJ Brown. You don't have to pay him for 4 or 5 years. Talk about roster construction, which Joe Hortiz loves talking about, constructing that roster so that he can build depth and all that. Let me go back to this draft. Okay. We're a couple minutes away. About 5 minutes away, 6 minutes away. So I'll just take a breath. I know we're all freaking out a little bit because of this JC Latham at 5 stuff. Is it going to happen? I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked, but I think the most likely scenario right now is trade down. We have no weapons at all, not even one. Let me think of one weapon. Hold on. Darius Davis. Gotcha. Darius Davis is a weapon on special teams. We got a special teams weapon though. Maybe we don't. Joshua Palmer. I mean, yeah, Joshua Palmer can be a weapon, but he needs to prove he can stay healthy. He needs to prove that he can be a wide receiver 1. I don't know if he's a wide receiver 1. The problem that we all have right now with this wide receiver room is that there's no X receiver. David says, I promise we take a wide receiver at 5. David, I hope you're a scout in the Chargers front office and you're leaking that information to me. Because then I would feel much better. But I don't know. I don't. It just feels like an offensive lineman. And it felt to me like it was Malik Nabers all the way up into, what was it, 2 days ago? 2 or 3 days ago? DJ Miggy, thank you, man. I'm excited too. I'm nervous. I feel like I'm more nervous than excited. I don't know. You know what? This would be fun, actually. Let me do a poll. Are you more nervous or excited? I don't even know what I would be. I'd probably be more nervous. There's your poll, guys. Let me know. Cardinals have a lot of holes, and this is a deep draft. Yeah, Cardinals, I mean, it's not a certainty that the Cardinals don't trade down, you know? We go through the tweets again here. Just to make sure we're all up to date. Daniel Jones, oh my God. This got me. I thought Daniel Jones was just signing an extension. I was like, what the heck is going on? Derwin James said he wants a receiver. Is this true? Is anyone looking at what is this, CBS or ABC? ABC 7? Did Derwin James just say he wants a receiver? Bro, everyone wants wide receiver at 5. Everyone, even Derwin James. If you want to make Derwin James happy, hey, take the wide receiver. Take Malik Nabers, man. Chargers needs, according to Bill Belichick, he's got wide receiver, cornerback, and then interior offensive line. Tackle is not even on the board right there. We're so close. We are 2 minutes away from Caleb Williams becoming a Bear. And hopefully about 45 minutes away from Malik Nabers becoming a Charger. Let me tell you how bought in I am to this JC Latham stuff. I have a video ready to go about a trade down and talking about JC Latham. I went in depth with film on him. Spent all day doing that. We should get a Hall of Famer at 5, just like Junior Seau and LT. I would love that. What if JC Latham is the Hall of Famer at 5? Are you guys watching NFL Network or ESPN? I'm on NFL Network right now. I'll start playing the audio once it gets started. Trust the process, bro. You're right. This is what we wanted, man. We wanted to establish the run. We wanted a physical team. NFL Network? Okay. That's what I always watch on NFL Network. I rarely ever do ESPN or what is the other one? ABC or CBS, something like that? I don't even know. Is there like a worse pick than JC Latham at 5? What if they, I don't know. What if they take Rome Odunze? Okay, like what if they take Rome Odunze over Malik Nabers? How would you guys be mad at that? You would cry. Someone said no. Okay, Connor said no. Braden would cry. Leo, you like him? Okay. Any Bama linemen in the top 10 have sucked? I have to go back and think about it. Can't really recall a good one. But I mean, even like top 5. It would be Bama offensive linemen in the top 5.
Big Noon himself, Joel Klatt, my friend from CBS Sports and a longtime friend right here on the NFL Network Draft Set.
All right, we're not totally started yet.
Man of the hour, Daniel Jeremiah moved the sticks himself.
Daniel Jeremiah moved the sticks himself. It's starting. Evan Neal. Yeah, Evan Neal. That wasn't a good pick. According to stats, he's the most efficient wide receiver. Is that are you talking about Rome Odunze? Shrek Wazowski is shaking right now. I like that name, Shrek Wazowski. Oh. I just want to know. Like, I just want to know exactly what is going on. Oh, okay. I actually found the Derwin James clip. Let's listen.
The All-Pro Derwin James, class of 2018. Do you remember 2018?
It's been a minute.
What was that night like for you, Derwin?
It was a lot of nerves. I was anxious. You know, I was excited wherever I was.
I think they're at the facility.
I was happy it was LA.
So I haven't spoken to you since the Jim Harbaugh era got underway. I know it's only been a couple of months, but your first impressions?
I love him, man. It's been amazing. I love going to work every day with him.
You're going to get a blue chip player on your football team here in a little bit. At 5 overall, what do you think is going through the minds of these guys in the green room?
I don't know. I know they're anxious. I know a lot of fans are anxious too, but I know they're going to make the right decision for the team that's going to help us in the future. And I can't wait to see my future teammate.
All right, 10 seconds. GM Derwin, what are you doing?
Receiving.
The All-Pro.
that was at the very end. Hey, but he said, you know, he's down for whoever they pick also. I mean, oh. We also got playoff basketball, right? Clippers are about to play. Bro, how many people are going to watch the NFL commissioner read names off of a card over watching a playoff basketball game? That's so funny to me. Oh, okay. My poll that I ran on Twitter, do you buy the JC Latham and Joel at 5 reports? This was yesterday at almost exactly 5 p.m. 80% of people on Twitter said no. So we'll see. We'll see if they're right. I also wish that, you know, the first pick wasn't like bring down the clock to its entirety. They're trying to run commercials on us, man. It seems like nobody wants an offensive tackle in the first round. But what if we trade down with the Vikings? Would you be fine with JC Latham at 11? Because I would be totally fine with JC Latham at 11. I think JC Latham is a good player. Okay, good. We have a consensus here. You'd prefer Mims over Latham? I think the Chargers probably like JC Latham more than Amarius Mims. They probably like Troy Fautanu, JC Latham, Talize Fuanga, and I think that's probably like their top 3. But I think JC Latham and Talize Fuanga are really, really good scheme fits. And so I think that would be the direction that they go. if they do pick an offensive lineman in a trade down. But they've been connected to JC Latham so much that I think they would take JC Latham over to Talize Fuanga and like maybe even Joe Alt. Has it started? We're at a commercial still. Bro. Oh, thank you for the 5, man. Is it too late to trade with the Broncos? Gags and Violent discussed for their first round, second round, and Patrick Surtain. It is not too late. We're just getting started. We're starting to pick up the phone to talk to the Broncos. We are beginning those talks, hopefully. I would love that scenario so much, bro. If we traded with the Broncos and got Patrick Surtain, that like I made a video about it. Well, I didn't make an entire video about it, but I talked about it a little bit in a video that I made this week. 24-year-old corner. He's already proven that he's one of the top 3 cornerbacks on the boundary. Literally the premier position. He's not like a nickel cornerback. He's a big corner. 24, so young. He's got 2 more years left. The 4th year he's heading into, and then Broncos, they picked up that 5th-year extension. You're going to have him for 2 years under market value, plus you get draft picks. You get the 12th overall pick, and then you also get whatever else in return. And I think you could get, just immediately on your team, you get Patrick Surtain, obviously, and then you would get JC Latham at 12 if he's there. If it could be Talize Fuanga if like the Jets go for JC Latham or something. I don't know. I would love the Broncos trade. I'll tell you that. I think everyone would love the Broncos trade. Are the Bears on the clock? No, we're still at a commercial, man. Well, technically, Bears have been on the clock since January. Everyone knows it's Caleb Williams, man. Eminem is there. Oh, because it's Detroit. Someone said ads are over. Am I behind? I'm still live. Oh, here we go. Roger Goodell walking out like it's the WWE. Oh, bro. I cannot wait. I keep refreshing Twitter. Am I the only one refreshing Twitter? Maybe I should actually not do that because they tip picks. We're not going to tip picks here, right? We're going to wait until they announce it. Let me know, you guys. Because I do want to check Twitter, but if you guys don't want to tip picks, don't do Twitter. Okay, I'll stop doing Twitter. I'll stop. So tempting. It's so tempting. Don't jump the gun. I won't. It is more fun to hear him say it. He's talking.
Here you go. Detroit! What up? It's here. Make some noise for the Detroit Lions.
I'm getting more nervous. Bro, we're getting closer. The more close we get, I get more nervous. Jared Goff is walking out now. It's so funny to me that this is like a huge spectacle. Is this funny to anyone else? Calvin Johnson's there too. Bro, I need a good luck charm. Should I get my bolo tie? I need to get my freaking bolo tie. That's like a good luck charm. I have so many freaking bolo ties, like you guys don't even understand. Barry Sanders is there, Calvin Johnson, Jared Goff, Aiden Hutchinson.
Hey, this is crazy. I can't believe it. But before we get off the stage, I need to hear one thing.
What?
Jared Goff. Jared Goff. Jared Goff.
Wait, hold on. There's a comment here. I'd say we trade Herbie to the Vikings for both their first-round picks and a first-round pick next year to get JJ. Let's not do that. Jorge wants the bolo. I might have to go hop on that bolo. Barry Sanders up at the mic. Let's hear what he has to say.
Football fans, thank you for showing the world how we do it here in Detroit. Great job, guys.
Maybe he just likes JJ McCarthy a lot. It would never happen, though. There's no need to get mad about the proposition of it. You're joking? Yeah.
All right, Detroit.
Here we go.
Come on.
Everyone's booing the commissioner now.
Okay. Detroit, we got fans from 32 teams right down here, and of course, all the Detroit faithful in the back. Welcome to all of you, and most importantly, thank you to Detroit. You guys have been awesome. All right.
I just refreshed Twitter. Nothing happened, but I need to not do that.
Okay, the 2024 NFL Draft is now underway. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
Okay.
And the loudest boos.
All right.
For the Bears fans. There's 8 Mile. With all due respect, Barry Sanders is 10 Mile.
Oh.
10.4 miles of all-purpose yards. In case you're wondering, Calvin is 6.7 mile out there. What a great way, along with 3 of the more popular current Detroit Lions out there to put the Bears on the clock. All right, Daniel, you have the floor on Caleb Williams.
I'm so nervous about this. If it's JC Latham at 5, what am I going to do? Come on, Cardinals, please screw this up, bro. Cardinals, trade down? I don't know if I would rather us trade down or the Cardinals.
But the talent that he possesses is undeniable.
They're just going to talk about Caleb Williams here for the next 10 minutes. I actually really like Caleb Williams. What do you guys think about Caleb Williams? Do you think he's going to be a good quarterback? Because I'm a USC guy. I remember watching him specifically, not this past season, but the year before that. Oh, bro, he was so good. So good. A lot of people are anxious. Kilo is anxious with me. Good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. They're showing tape of him at Oklahoma. Timothy, you think Caleb's going to bust? Pause. Think he's going to be like Justin Fields for his first year, but progressively get better? I don't know. It's tough to say. I mean, Bears got a lot of weapons now. If he flops with Keenan, he sucks. Also, they got DJ Moore. They have Gerald Everett, too. They took Keenan Allen and Gerald Everett from us. I'm going to refresh Twitter just one more time. Just got really dark because I just went from the PFF grades to Twitter. Let me actually show you. Let me take the chat off here. This is PFF grading JC Latham just on offense. He is a good pass blocker. He's actually a better pass blocker than he is a run blocker. Just based off PFF grades, total grades right here. But if we look at my guy, Malik Nabers, he's graded a lot better. And he's actually younger than JC Latham. He's not even going to be 21 years old by the time he gets drafted by the Chargers, hopefully. 93 offensive grade, man. 93 passing grade. I think that's receiving grade. Let me go to receiving. It is. So that's elite grades. Anything over 90 is elite. Oh, man. Bears are milking this clock right now. Predicts would grab Brendan Rice either at the 3rd or the 4th round. I like Brendan Rice a lot. And he came up clutch a ton at USC. Plus his dad, Jerry Rice. Good company. Kind of like Marvin Harrison Jr., Frank Gore Jr. What else we got? Jeremiah Trotter Jr. Are there some others? Are there any other juniors and stuff like that of guys who their dad played in the NFL? Oh, Malik Nabers, his uncle is Gabe Nabers. That's kind of a weird one. Some people are using that as like evidence he might go to the Chargers, but has nothing to do with it. Oh, there's Kurt Warner talking. Let's see what he has to say actually about Caleb.
Game at the NFL level is won by being surgical, by playing inside the pocket. I watch film every week, and the teams that have the best chance week in and week out are the quarterbacks that play on schedule, play on time, and then give you the artistry of 2 or 3 times a game. That is exactly what I believe Caleb Williams has the capabilities of doing. But as you said, DJ, they have got to flip what we saw last year at USC. Make him inside the pocket first, and then allow that artistry to come out only when need be.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the only thing about Caleb Williams is that he was asked to do so much at USC, and USC really relied on him to do a ton out of the pocket, out of the play script. So there wasn't really a ton of tape of him working within the play design. USC offensive line was pretty bad. I think he can play within, the constraints of the play. But using his, I don't even know what to call it, his ability to extend the play and just, improvise using that against him, I don't know. It's just kind of weird to me because it's like that's such a positive that you want to see him do that, like him being that good when he improvises, you want to see him be that good also within the play design. Doesn't mean he can't play within the play. You know what I'm saying? I like Caleb Williams. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased. Caleb had no O-line. You're right, Jorge. See, Jorge and I, we see it the same way. And yeah, Joe Alt's dad played in the NFL. Oh, the pick is in, finally. Fun fact about Joe Alt, actually, is that he was a tight end, and he was just playing as an athlete until his senior season of high school. And that was the very first year that he played offensive line because his dad wanted him to just be a pure athlete before he hit to the offensive line. And played left tackle as a senior. Went to Notre Dame. Played 3 years as a left tackle as well. The reports were that when he was at the scouting combine, when they asked him to line up as a right tackle, he looked a little awkward in his stance. I don't know if I believe that. Because if you're a good left tackle and you've only been playing the position for 4 years and then 2 years as graded by PFF, you were graded as an elite left tackle. If you can't switch to the right side, I don't believe that. I think he can. Not saying I want Joel. Hold on. Don't use my words against me here. Because I still would like Malik Nabers. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the dream. But it might just be a dream. I don't know. Malik Nabers is definitely... I don't know if it's more like... I don't. Oh my God. I just keep going back and forth, man, because I'm so nervous. Oh, here we go. We got to listen to Caleb Williams.
24 NFL draft. The Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback, Southern California.
For a shocker there. A Raiders fan? Not a Raiders fan? Hey, if we got Raiders fans in here, hope you like Michael Penix Jr. Feel like Michael Penix is, I don't know. I didn't like him. How old is Michael Penix? I feel like he's been playing forever. He's 25, 26. He's one of those guys that's been playing college football. He's been milking college football. He's only 24. Dude, I feel like he's been playing forever. He's been playing since 2018 at Indiana. How is he only 24? He's played more in college football than most NFL careers last. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seasons. What is I remember there was some stat like the average NFL career was like 4 or 5 seasons. He's played more seasons of college football than the average NFL player plays in the NFL. So hey, he's experienced, I guess. I'm refreshing Twitter. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but there's nothing new. Nothing being spoiled. If I come across something on accident that spoils something, I won't say anything. Chris Harris just retired from the NFL. You guys remember Chris Harris? Cornerback? I didn't know that he wasn't retired. But yeah, I guess fun fact for it right there. See, that's what I get for refreshing Twitter. Aren't you guys glad now that I refreshed Twitter?
Track that didn't even bother him. He just powered right through it. Kind of ironic that his career begins getting booed by 150,000 people here in Detroit. He wasn't very bothered by that.
He'll get booed in Detroit often in his career. That's true. He might as well get used to it.
Dude, he is hyped.
Him to quiet the crowd, as Bears fans are hoping that he will do at the controls of an offense that has DeAndre Swift and Keenan Allen new to it. Cole Kmet, a fifth-year player at the tight end spot. As we all know, DJ Moore came.
I thought he retired after he played on the Chargers. Yeah, I don't remember hearing anything about Chris Harris Jr. after he played for the Chargers. Maybe he's like a free agent, but still trying to stick around. I don't know. I'm on my lunch break. I need this to hurry up. John, you're working right now? It's 5:21. I would say if you're on your lunch break, you should go to the bathroom at like 6:30. Or maybe not that. Maybe like 5:55. I feel like that's probably the time that we're going to be on the clock. We got a Caleb Williams interview.
A surprise to this moment. We heard that burst of emotion when you walked.
Just leave work, John.
How do you compare the reality of
John,
it
just
to the
call out sick.
dream you had since you were 12 years old?
To be able to look at this crowd, dream of these moments, see many before me be in this moment, have this type of crowd. To be able to be here, it's an honor, and I'm very privileged.
Why are you the right player to change the fate of Chicago?
Because I care. I care about the community, I care about the fans, I care about winning games, I care about my teammates and their families, the coaches, the custodians, all the people around the facility, just the overall holistic,
Who would you guys take
about the Chicago
number
Bears.
2 overall here?
They're going to care about you. Thanks, Caleb.
Thank you. Thank you.
A lot of talks about Jaden Daniels.
So Caleb.
A lot of people still like Drake Maye. If it were me, I feel like I'd probably take Drake Maye over Jaden Daniels. Commanders are still on the clock now. They got about 3 minutes left. Getting close, man.
Through the process, one of the things that stood out to me was a comment that was said to me that Dan Quinn wanted to find his Matt Ryan. He was looking for his Matt Ryan. So who is that in this draft?
Looking for his Matt Ryan.
Drake Maye. Drake Maye. Matt Ryan had some turnovers in college, but you had all the makeup, the size, all those factors were in place. You forgive some of those sins with the turnovers at Boston College. The same thing with Drake Maye. Some turnovers, some decision-making, not a great supporting cast, big kind of boisterous personalities, big leaders. So that's why I was going with Drake Maye. And then down the home stretch, everything started pointing towards Jaden Daniels and finding someone who could be a big-time playmaker right now. not requiring the patience, we can get him on the field. When I talked to Adam Peters, I said, what lesson did you learn about Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, where you came from in San Francisco? And he said he played the position the best. At the end of the day, that's what you have to do. You have to play quarterback.
And the pick is in, as you can see all the way on
Pick
the
is in.
stage behind us, which means the Patriots are on the clock, and phone calls could be firing away between New York, New Jersey, and Minnesota and Foxborough, but that's for another moment. I turn to Ian Rappaport right now. Ian?
Rich, it has been quite a journey for Jaden Daniels and specifically Commanders GM Adam Peters. A year ago, through his friend Brandon Ayuk, Jaden Daniels wondered for Adam Peters, what is my stock? Should I go in the draft? Peters said to Ayuk, it's about a fifth rounder, should probably go back. Jaden Daniels never forgot that. Before his visit to the Commanders, he was a little miffed that there were several other quarterbacks there with him. Then Dan Quinn and Peters picked him up. Then he met straight with the owner, and he was back in, very excited, potentially, to be with the Commanders.
Yeah, that was last week where they had 20
Pick is in for the Commanders.
At the same time, including Jaden Daniels for their final day of top 30 visits. But that'll just be, a footnote if we are going to hear the name of Jaden Daniels from the.
Is there a way I can show my screen? That message got removed for some reason. No, I can't show the screen because it's broadcasted. I'll get struck down.
We just heard Caleb Williams' name. Out comes Roger Goodell now. It is the
They will come after me, the FBI and everybody.
Draft choice of the post Dan Snyder era. It's the Josh Harris, Magic Johnson et al.
Who's it going to be, Jaden Daniels?
And who is the first pick of Washington?
All right, I'll turn it up.
With the second pick
Is that good?
2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels, quarterback, LSU.
So it is the reigning Heisman Trophy winner.
Okay.
Second out of the green room after his predecessor winning that award. Jaden Daniels is the choice of the Washington Commanders, DJ.
This has just gone from an unwatchable
How's the audio now? Is the audio good?
Product to must-see TV. When you put this playmaker at the helm of this offense, going to be led now by Cliff Kingsbury. He did this the hard way, guys. This was not someone who just jumped on the scene in college football and took college football by storm. He earned his way. He got better. He changed schools. You talk to the folks at LSU, first one in, 5 o'clock in the morning. He's bringing wide receivers in there, using the virtual reality to be able to study coverages, study route combinations. All of that hard work culminates in a Heisman Trophy, and now he's the second pick of the draft.
What I love about
So this is where we can start getting into, mute it for a second. This is where we start getting into some possible trade down scenarios, because the Patriots were the first team really that were rumored to be listening to the trade offers. I feel like the best case scenario is that they don't trade down. Like for us, the best case scenario, I don't think they do. I think they probably take Drake Maye. There's been talk about JJ McCarthy. If they take, oh man, okay, so if they take JJ McCarthy, Drake Maye falls, then the Vikings probably want to trade up and they'll give up even more for the Cardinals. And then the Cardinals, maybe they're moved by that because, they want Drake Maye so much more. And then the Chargers would have Marvin Harrison Jr. So if this is JJ McCarthy, it kind of opens up the pathway to Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Chargers more than I think any other scenario would. So if you want Marvin Harrison Jr., I think you want the Patriots to take JJ McCarthy here because you're trying to tempt the Vikings to trade up with the Cardinals. But there are some people that want Malik Nabers over Marvin Harrison Jr. Oh, let me listen in on this Jaden Daniels interview.
When you left that meeting, how confident were you that you'd be their pick?
I was pretty confident. I tried to play some games, but I was pretty confident for sure.
On the red carpet just a little while ago, you described your journey to me as a roller coaster. From Arizona State to a Heisman-winning campaign at LSU, what do you want your future to look like? Because this ride's not over when you get to Washington.
Man, not at all, man. I'm here to get to work. Washington will get everything out of me. As a competitor, a hard worker, I can't wait to meet my new teammates, man, and try to help win some football games.
Someone in the chat said Patriots got Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't believe that. I'm not going to refresh Twitter to check, but I don't believe it. I think the Patriots are going to stick and pick a quarterback, either Drake Maye or JJ McCarthy. I think it's going to be Drake Maye. I think it should be Drake Maye. Now we're talking about beer. We're already drinking. Ricardo heard that the Colts want Marvin Harrison Jr. That'd be cool to see Marvin Harrison Jr. on the Colts. I don't know if they would trade up though that far, and the Cardinals wouldn't be really interested in trading down that far because they would want. I'm just thinking about if the Patriots actually did draft Marvin Harrison Jr., that would throw a wrench in everything, man. Because then the Cardinals would pick Malik Nabers, or the Cardinals would trade down. Hold on, pick is in.
5 minutes to make
5 minutes
to stick and pick.
So this was the quickest one.
Made the pick and it is in. And Ian Rappaport, what do you have?
Rich, over the last several hours, I think it was pretty clear most teams thought the Patriots would make the pick, but it was not without a little bit of drama. My understanding is the Vikings and Giants made one last-ditch effort to the Patriots to try to get them off the number 3 overall pick. In the end, the Patriots opt likely for their franchise quarterback rather than a big-time trade.
Does that make us...
Malik, they're not going to take Malik Nabers.
5 minutes in, they're like, heck with it. Write the name, send it in.
I said don't get cute. And they're not getting cute. They're not even using the full 10 minutes. You need a quarterback. There's one there for you.
Of course, they need a quarterback. Robert Kraft talking on the phone. Robert Kraft said that he wanted a quarterback really bad, and there's been all those reports that ownership is middling with the football operations. It has to be a quarterback. Definitely not Marvin Harrison Jr. If it's Marvin Harrison Jr., then where do we go from there?
The quarterback's needed. You go ahead and get him. You make it happen right now, and it looks like it's going to be Drake Maye, and that's where you go.
You know, but if it is going to be Drake Maye, right, and that's what we expect, it's going to be great for him to sit, not only for his own development, because you also don't want to get thrown in there without any weapons around you. And right now, New England is not a spot for a young quarterback to go succeed right away. They can build to that. There's no doubt about it. But he can sit behind Jacoby Brissett, and I think that would be a great spot for him.
Meanwhile, the Cardinals are on the clock.
Cardinals on the clock.
7 minutes and change on that front.
They've been on the clock for about 3 minutes.
Knows the name that the commissioner's about to read off.
I want them to stay and pick Marvin Harrison Jr. We trade down with the Vikings. That's what I want.
Or they might stick and pick, but at least we're
about to hear. Nobody tipped it. Nobody tip it in the chat, okay? I'm not going to refresh Twitter. Don't tip the picks. Here's the Patriots pick right now.
NFL draft. The New England Patriots select Drake Maye.
Okay.
Quarterback, North Carolina.
So it is the 21-year-old from North Carolina that is going to...
Don't spoil it in the chat, no matter what happens, okay? If Arizona trades, let's listen to them talk about it, and then I'll check Twitter to see what the trade compensation is and all of that. But don't tip it, okay?
And the Jacksonville
a lot of you guys want the Cardinals to trade down.
Trevor Lawrence,
I would love Marvin Harrison Jr.
Drake Maye's future in New England, the kid from North Carolina. Coming
I should pin that? Yeah, I probably should.
Where Josh Allen resides, and that is a kid who he idolized. It's a quarterback he idolized growing up. And here he is, the New England Patriot quarterback. 3rd overall, Drake Maye.
Well, fellas, feels like for 2 decades everyone was chasing Tom Brady in that division. Now everybody's chasing Josh Allen, and they got a big, rugged, physical, athletic quarterback in New England now that's going to give them a chance when they find themselves in some of those high-scoring affairs. This is an unbelievable athlete here in Drake Maye. As we go to the video, size, athleticism, anticipation passer. Middle of
I'm
the
so
field.
nervous, right? I'm nervous too. This is where the draft like really starts. They're just talking about Drake Maye right now. Cardinals are still on the clock. There has been no trade yet. I am barred from checking Twitter. Bro. this is where it gets surreal. This is where it gets serious now. I'm so nervous. This could literally like change the course of our franchise for the next 10, 12 years. Heck, 13, 14. Bro, this is so crazy right now. You want to see my reaction? Bro, if Cardinals picked Joe Alt, no, they didn't. That would. Can you imagine if the Cardinals did pick Joe Alt and they saved us?
To chase Josh Allen, because I believe his path is going to have to be similar to Josh Allen. When Josh Allen came out, 59% passer.
They're comparing
very seldom do you see guys
Drake Maye to Josh Allen. That's fair. That's a fair comparison, I think. Oh my gosh, man. See, that's the thing that we haven't really been talking about. What if the Cardinals like JC Latham? Okay. Hey, let me tell you how much I like JC Latham. Best player in the draft. Definitely worth the 4th overall pick. I can't see him getting to 5. That'd be crazy.
years from now, Drake Maye can clean up these things. They can build around him, and maybe 3 or 4 years.
Zach said Joe Alt would step on and squish their quarterback. Yeah, be careful in that pass set. Don't get too deep in your pass set, bro. You might step on Kyler Murray.
Time presented by Nationwide. Take it away, Kaylee.
Drake, all 4 of the Maye brothers experienced great success in their chosen college sports. How did the house you grew up in lead you to this stage tonight?
Yeah, youngest of 4 boys.
Boom, there we go.
You know, the youngest
had to move the chat a little bit.
Get beaten up on and all the above, and just try to keep my head down, keep working, end up paying.
We got to find the good and the worst outcome. Yeah.
And, just can't be thankful
Listen,
enough to be the youngest.
Let me admit this because I can't freaking think. The worst outcome is JC Latham at 5. And JC Latham is a very good player. The only reason that's the worst outcome is because we are taking him at 5 and the value isn't great. That is the worst outcome. It's not like we're going to take JJ McCarthy at 5 or Bo Nix. Like double dip on Oregon quarterbacks. You know what I mean? Because Justin Herbert worked out so well. Why would we not take another Oregon quarterback? Cardinals picked. Pick is in with the Cardinals. It's got to be Marvin Harrison Jr. We need to trade down. We need to trade down, bro.
Welcome the Browns back into existence in Cleveland by going first overall. Donovan McNabb got booed. Remember that in New York?
We're on the clock right now. Don't tip it. Don't tip it. I'm so freaking nervous, man. I can't check Twitter. I was just about to check Twitter. I'm not doing it. You can see if I do it because the screen is so bright. Because look, let me show you. I'm still on PFF on this screen, okay? This is the screen. Okay. Let's I got to take a breather. No Cardinal trade? Nope. Ricardo. Pick is in, man. Cardinals pick is in.
It doesn't take long in the NFL. When you have a -- 1 pick, you use him.
So we are probably not going to see 4 quarterbacks start a draft for the first time, unless Roger Goodell is announcing himself as the new quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals.
This is the Cardinals pick. Roger Goodell is about to announce it.
What the Cardinals decided to do by sticking.
It's going to be Marvin Harrison Jr.
While
guys.
the Chargers are already a minute and a half into their clock.
Minute and a half.
In the
We already know it's
NFL
Marvin
draft,
Harrison.
The Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr.
Okay. That was a pipe dream. That was always the pipe dream.
Maserati is about to hit the showroom floor here in the Motor City. Marvin Harrison.
That's
Jr.,
okay. There's still so many good options.
Quarterbacks ever at Ohio
Trading
State,
down.
his head coach Ryan Day,
picking a ton of players in that trade down. It's not over. It's not over.
To Arizona.
We might even still take Malik Nabers. I don't think we take Malik Nabers, but I could be wrong. How awesome would it be if I'm wrong?
Into getting dudes. You have your depth, I'll take my dudes. This
Please
is a big
trade or Nabers, please. Yes, everyone is on the trade down or Malik Nabers train right now. Don't tip it. Don't tip it. I see some of you people in chat. Someone said Malik Nabers is a Charger. Someone said trade down. Y'all knew we weren't getting Marvin Harrison Jr. Rick, you're right, man.
X's and O's, right, Joel?
Rick knew what he was. Rick knew what was going on.
And is an X factor. And Kyler
Okay.
Murray has to have this.
Trade down. Please trade down, man.
The organization says Kyler Murray's our quarterback. Give him some people that give him a chance to make those plays. Marvin Harrison doesn't. By the way, he didn't run the 40. He didn't do the combine.
Didn't need to.
Why? He was training to be a football player.
That's exactly right.
I'm trying to see the background, see if The Chargers are still on the clock because we're like 5 minutes in now. I can't see it. They're not telling us.
We do our best, CD. There's no doubt. You even throw out the Maserati, Rich. You know, so
That's a shout out to Gus.
You've been listening. That's
By
right.
the way, Gus is from the D.
Bro, I'm so tempted
guys,
to check Twitter. I'm not
3
doing.
years
Nobody
ago,
check
he's a
Twitter.
true freshman that's having a hard time
6.5 minutes
breaking
left
into
on the
wide
clock.
receiver
Okay.
room because it's Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. And I would ask those guys.
Did they trade down? I don't see the clock either. No, they're just not showing us, man. Oh my God. Quentin Johnson's going to bounce back. Have faith as a wide receiver 2, but we need a wide receiver 1. I mean, I'm not saying Quentin Johnson can't play football, you know?
Fitzgerald, 3rd overall in 2000.
But you're right. We need a wide receiver 1. We need a true X receiver. I think Quentin Johnson can play Z.
On your neck, but it is your turn now. What do you want your name to represent in the NFL?
I just want to go out there, man, work as hard as I can, be the best player that I can be.
Okay. If something happens, I'll unmute it. But yeah, this wide receiver room, if we don't take Malik Nabers here, we have to address that position on day 2. But the thing is, too, also, 5.5 minutes left on the clock. Thank you. Oh, my God. What am I saying? The thing is, too, if we pass on offensive line, Trey Pipkins, he's not going to be on this team after this season. You can take that to the bank. I'm telling you guys, he's not going to be on this team. He's the 2nd most paid player on offense, okay? And he's an average right tackle. Everyone's saying, oh, he's not that bad. During the season, everyone hated him. He's an average tackle. We can agree on that. Average. You don't want to pay an average right tackle the 2nd most money on your offense. And they have an out after this year. So they see that as a position of need, because once Trey Pipkins is gone after this next season, it's going to be a wide open spot there. So why would you not get ahead of it? Because you need to protect Justin Herbert, okay? I think that's the thought process here. Let's listen in.
College football and Brian Hartline.
Are we still on the clock? Bro, trade down. Is the pick in? They're not showing the clock. No, okay. 4 minutes left.
Yeah,
4 minutes left to trade down, Joey.
The tight end, and Michael Wilson, who came in last year. They don't have
still
to
on the clock. Yep, we're still on the clock.
We'll take that pressure off of them.
So
weird.
Clock for Jim Harbaugh's first pick back in the NFL, and it's been very chalky to this point. We're taking a break. We're going to come back and tell you what's going on in Detroit.
I'm so tempted to check Twitter. I'm not gonna freaking do it. You don't do it either. Don't do it, man. Less than 4 minutes. Remember to breathe, Michael. Oh, thank you, William. I did forget in that moment. They're taking longer on the clock than the Cardinals were. True? Facts? That means they're talking on the phone. Hey, teams that could be wanting to trade up for Malik Nabers, the Jets, the Bills, anyone else? The Jets, but listen, Joe Douglas, he has that connection with Joe Hortiz. Also, Chad Alexander. Chad Alexander is from the freaking Jets, man. There's that huge connection right there. And then you move down to 10, you take your offensive lineman, you take JC Latham. It just feels like JC Latham is going to be the pick. That's why I don't want them to stay at 5, okay? That's what I'm thinking. And now we're less than 3 minutes with the Chargers on the clock. Less than 3 minutes. Hey, man, who's got it better than us? Oh, my God. I am so nervous, man. I am so nervous. Why do I feel like I'm making the pick? I feel like you guys are all watching me, making me. Oh, my God. I didn't even get the bolo tie. We're almost at that 2 minute warning. 2 minutes and 17 seconds is what I'm at right now. That's what I'm looking at. Someone said Brock Bowers. Nathan, I think you're going to be disappointed if you want Brock Bowers. I think it's like Malik Nabers, or JC Latham, or like a trade down. Trade. Yes, Lenny. Less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. We're really milking this clock. They're talking. I know they're talking. Guys, I think they're going to trade down. 100% I think they're going to trade down. That's what I think is happening right now. I think it's probably the Vikings. Maybe they're talking to the Broncos and they're really trying to work out this trade with Patrick Surtain. Remember we were talking about Patrick Surtain? Woo! Bro, you guys are just as nervous as me. Okay. I saw someone said my face was red as hell. Okay, your face is probably red as hell. Whoa! It's still a commercial, but the clock just stopped. Pick is in! Okay, I just, William Young told me to breathe. They're still at a commercial. When you graduate. Get out of the commercial, man. I can't take this. I can't take this. What's my blood pressure? Okay, here we go.
Time for the green room, built by Lowe's. In the green room, 4 players lighter, with 3 quarterbacks and a wide receiver having been selected. Malik Nabers.
They're showing Malik Nabers right now.
Hearing his name next, because the Chargers, who traded away Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, walked to the Jets.
I can't believe
down under 2 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Pick, and then made a choice.
They don't look that excited in the war room.
Trade
There's like no action going on. John Spanos is talking. Looks like he's talking to Joe Hortiz. Joe Hortiz looking at the laptop.
Results for us to have our first draft trade of the night. And the pick's going to be in. I turn to the man who calls Chargers games on the radio and ask for your advice. What do you think?
Well, first of all, I want to get to the Chargers 1 second. Minnesota has called the Giants bluff. They did not go ahead of them. I don't believe they're buying the Giants are taking JJ McCarthy at 6. That's the first point I'll make. Now the Chargers get their pick in. Charger fans, I call the games, but they've been mad at me because I keep giving them offensive linemen. And they say, we need a receiver. We lost Keenan. We lost Mike.
Yeah.
But if you do a history lesson on Joe Hortiz, the general manager, and Jim Harbaugh, your head coach, they play a physical brand of football. When Jim Harbaugh took the Stanford job, Oregon and USC were high-flying. They were running college football. Jim Harbaugh didn't get weapons to try and compete in a track meet. He got big and tried to beat them up. Now he's with the Chiefs, and I think he's going to try to do the same thing.
Did the same thing with Ohio State.
In his 4 drafts with San Francisco, Jim Harbaugh never traded
Roger
down
Goodell's
in
doing
the
that
first
stupid
round
walk
once.
again.
And
Here he comes with the pick, bro. Okay.
So
Malik Nabers, guys. Malik Nabers is the one that we want.
College team in Michigan is about to make his first choice as a Chargers HC.
I see what you did.
Thank you, brother.
With the 5th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt.
Joe Alt!
So they do take the left tackle.
So they like Joe Alt more than JC Latham.
Even though
Okay, let me just say this.
But for the moment, let's give Joe Alt his flowers.
Well, Joe Alt went from a tight end to a tackle within 2 years.
Listen,
was the 5th
he
pick
can
in the
play
draft.
right
I
tackle.
think
We were
he'll be
talking
okay
about Joe
moving
Alt.
from left tackle
Let's just
to
listen
right
really
tackle. He'll be
quickly.
able to pull that off.
I got a lot to say. I got a lot to say.
He's almost 6'9". This is Jonathan Ogden type height.
Yeah, he's tall. He's tall, DJ.
Into his chest. He does a great job of keeping his chest clean. You can't overpower him that way. In the run game for a big guy, he's
good.
Roll his
Yeah,
hips,
okay.
get low and create a lot of movement. You want to climb to the second level, which you're going to be doing a lot with Jim Harbaugh in this offensive
That's true. He's
system
good
with
at getting to the
Chargers.
second level.
He does that as well.
Look
they
at
are
him.
going to protect
He's got a baby
Justin
face.
Herbert, and they are going to give Justin Herbert a running game.
They look very happy. They look happier than me, I would argue. I'm not disappointed, but I got a lot to say. Just want to listen.
The moment that the Alt family is essentially
Lauren said Alt looks pissed. I don't think he does. I think he looks
so there he is,
elated.
Joe Alt going to Los Angeles.
Maybe he's got resting pouty face.
Justin Herbert and start
But listen, I got a lot to say. I just want to make sure I hear everything right now.
I think Joel, you were anticipating.
Joe Hortiz looks really happy about that. He just gave Jim Harbaugh one of these.
That might have been the wide receiver that would have been discussed right there, because Jim Harbaugh.
He was a little lighter with John Spanos. Gave him a couple pats right here.
It makes perfect sense what Daniel was talking about. The DNA of the general manager who's there. The DNA. Of
it's
the
not a waste. It's not a waste of a pick.
When it comes to an offensive tackle. By the way, they're trying to play with Trey Pipkins at right tackle. Rashawn Slater's now your starting left tackle. Has been going to be a superstar. Now you bring a guy who can.
There's a lot to talk about here.
You change how you do things as you try and chase down.
Hold on, I was just going to say, you guys think that Jim only plays with 5 offensive linemen. I'm like, you can't have
That's true. Okay, I got to mute it because I need to talk. I've been holding this in way too long. Listen, I have so much to freaking say. Okay. Joe Alt. There were some times when he was at Notre Dame. Part of the reason that I think he can play on the right side and there's no issue there, even though there have been talks about him at the scouting combine looking awkward in that stance as a right tackle. Joe Alt, he is a left tackle, but I saw him at times play as a tight end, like an extra lineman for Notre Dame. He can play on any side. I don't think you're going to have him at guard. He's going to come in right away. Trey Pipkins, he's out of that right tackle job, I think. I don't think Trey Pipkins is going to slide into right guard either. It's probably going to be Jamari Sawyer starting. That's what our line is going to be right now. It's going to be Rashawn Slater. We're not moving Slater, okay? We're not moving Zion Johnson. He's staying at left guard, so we got that left side locked up. Bradley Bozeman at center. Right guard, Jamari Sawyer. Jordan McFadden might even contend with center. And then we have Joe Alt on the right side. We have 2 bookend tackles right now. Joe Alt is 21 years old, 6'8", 322. And he has been graded as an elite left tackle in 2 years out of his only 4 years of playing. This is 3 years shown by PFF, okay? He's only played left tackle for 4 years. I'm surprised, not that they took a tackle, but I'm surprised they took Joe Alt over JC Latham. That is the only thing that surprises me. I had a full video prep to go for JC Latham. Let me catch up with the chat a little bit here because you guys are freaking going crazy, man. You guys might be going crazier than me. Who's going to catch the ball, bro? Says Dexter. That's the first comment that I'm reading. Look on day 2. Look on day 2. Is Quentin Johnson going to catch the ball? Listen, I think I said this earlier in the stream as well. I think the Chargers view protecting Justin Herbert as more important than giving Justin Herbert weapons, because Justin Herbert can elevate the weapons around him just by being protected and being himself. That's what I think. Are they correct in that stance? I don't know, but that's the style of ball. That's the Harbaugh ball that they want to play. Nobody wants all. How are you guys feeling? Disappointed. It's a deep wide receiver class, says Jay. Yeah. Listen, passing on Malik Nabers is not fun. It's not. If we could have taken Malik Nabers and Joe Alt, I would have been. Oh, woo! I love that. Let me tell you, bro. Because I would rather have Malik Nabers than Joe Alt at 5. Just straight up. But Joe Alt is a good freaking tackle. He's the best tackle in this class. Yeah, it's a deep offensive line class. It's deeper on the interior. Once you get past these like 4 or 5, like Joe Alt, Talise Fuanga, Troy Fautanu, who's the other guy? I can't even freaking think. But once you get past that first few, big drop off. And like drop off with guys that need to develop. Malik Nabers went to the Giants. We got Joe Alt. The Titans are going to take JC Latham. I can talk myself into the best offensive tackle, I guess. Listen, getting the best offensive tackle was always the worst case scenario. So having our choice of the best offensive lineman in the class, like we did have our choice of the second best wide receiver after the Cardinals took Marvin Harrison Jr. When you're this high in the draft, you need to take into account you're probably not going to be here again. Yeah, you would like to have a really good playmaker like Malik Nabers because you're not going to be here again. That's an elite weapon for Justin Herbert. But you're also not going to be here again. Let's take the elite pass protector. What if Joe Alt is an elite pass protector, man? Just be raw with your emotions for right now. This is my raw emotions. I'm not enthused. I understand it. I think it's a good player. I think it's a good player. Loving Alt. John loves Alt. Okay. Excuse me. I've like so... Hold on. There was like a $5 donation. I'm sorry, I didn't even read it. Brendan Rice trained, let's fire Staley again to feel better. Yeah, let's go into Madden. Everyone go into Madden right now. Just fire Brendan Staley. It'll make you feel better. Thank you, Heavy D, for the 5. I appreciate it, bro. And Brendan Rice would be a great option. I think probably in the 3rd round. Maybe in the 4th. But they needed to address tackle. I cannot stress that enough. Because I was saying even before the pick, Trey Pipkins is going to be gone. It's not an L pick. It's not an L pick. Let me just say something. Keon Coleman at 37? No. No, thank you. I don't want Keon Coleman. Wanted neighbors, but not mad that they chose Alt. Yengi, I agree. It's not an L. Listen, what else can I say that can convince you guys it's not an L? I mean, if it's only an L because we passed on Malik Nabers, I can't convince you otherwise. Like straight up, I don't think I can. What now in the second round? DB, Mike Sainristil, I think is the obvious connection. But yeah, they still need a wide receiver. We need to pay attention at how these wide receivers go in the first round, because that is going to be, I need to check Twitter too, actually, but that is going to be very important. People are stupid who think it's an L. Rick, I don't think it's an L either. I don't think it's an L. I wanted, chat is going so fast. I'm sorry. I can't think. I wanted Malik Nabers, but with Joe Alt, I am not upset. I'm not, like, I am a little upset because I wanted Malik Nabers, but I'm not upset with having Joe Alt on my team because he's good and he can play right tackle. Just saying that this guy cannot play right tackle is nutty. That's nutty. $10 from John. Thank you so much, bro. So glad we got Alt. Good riddance, Tom Telesco. Hey, some of you guys are loving the Joe Alt pick. I love that. We are bought into the Harbaugh ball. And there was a report that Joe Hortiz was the one that was trying to push Jim Harbaugh into getting Joe Alt. Here's that PFF, what's it called? The grades here. Let me just go to blocking. You know what? Let's go to pass blocking because that's what we're most concerned with, right? We want to protect Justin Herbert. He's an elite pass blocker, 91.2. I mean, what else do you want here? And look at the growth from 2022, 81.7 to 91.7. I think if we go to by position here, let's see where he ranks among every tackle in the class right now. Because we just got the best tackle. We can't be that upset with getting the best tackle in the class, man. We can be upset that we missed on Malik Nabers. Goldfish says, good pick is just because y'all want receivers. We need O-line just as bad. Okay, Joe Alt was the second highest graded pass blocker this past season, only behind Patrick Paul, but barely. Now let's look at run blocking, because he could maul some dudes as well. Throw to Joe Alt, move him to tight end. Hey, Joe Alt played tight end in high school more than he played tackle. Passed on Malik Nabers, Rome Odunze, Brock Bowers, just to name a few. We did. Yeah, it's not a horrible pick. It's a good player. Second highest graded run blocker. He's the second highest graded pass blocker and run blocker in this entire class, only behind Talize Fuanga in run blocking and then Patrick Paul in pass blocking. I don't think I don't understand how you can be upset with the player. Now let's go check Twitter because I'm sure it's in flames right now. In the end, the Chargers take the best offensive tackle. This is Stephen Hagelin from Guilty as Charged. Totally understand the process. Run the ball, play action, protect Herbert. He wanted wide receiver as well, but it's the best tackle prospect. Exactly what I'm saying. Not your average Joe. Here we go already. Titans are taking JC Latham. Did that just tip the pick? I think it did. Sorry if you were interested. But I called that earlier. I said Titans are probably going to take JC Latham. It is interesting to me that they like Joe Alt more than JC Latham. To me, that says they value size a lot. Because Joe Alt is 6'8". They already got some film on him right here. Let's just go ahead and watch it.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select.
I'm always going to go for the best. So I'm going to go for the best tackle in the class. That's Joe Alt.
Yep.
He's a massive technician.
He's got extreme
length. Jim Harbaugh has made it abundantly clear that team is going to run through its offensive line.
Every other position group relies on the offensive line to be good. That mentality of that group, that's like a fist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't want to ride the fiery fist of pain.
Joe Alt comes in at 6'8", runs like the wind.
He's a monster. You get 3 first-round picks on your offensive line, you're cooking with gas.
That's exactly
that is, yeah.
I'm telling you, the way this is looking for the Chargers, physical, and look for it, physical.
That is true. We have 3 first-round picks on our offensive line now. They better be freaking good. If they're not good, I'm just blinded by PFF again. If this offensive line does not completely turn it around, then what? We are really banking on the trench picks here. Let me get back with these comments, man. I stopped reading comments for a second here. Please touch on possibly moving Slater to right tackle in your next vid. I don't think that's a possibility. I don't think they move Rashawn Slater to right tackle. I think they move Joe Alt to right tackle. I don't think they were at the Notre Dame Pro Day, were they? But that's where they probably would have worked with him a little bit. Maybe they had a top 30 visit with him. Is Roman Wilson the move? In day 2, Roman Wilson might be the move, man. There's that obvious connection that he has with Jim Harbaugh. But again, we don't have that wide receiver 1. Roman Wilson's not going to be the wide receiver 1. Protect our mans. Yes, Anthony. We need to protect Justin Herbert. Protect your most valuable asset. Run the ball. Establish the run. Do I need to get some freaking film up in here of Joe Alt and just do a live breakdown? Do you guys want me to go through some film? There are tons of wide receivers. You're right, Mr. Chip. That's a comment that I just read. That wasn't me saying it, but it is true. There are tons of wide receivers, and there are tons of wide receivers to be had on day 2. Offensive lineman on day 2? That's where it gets a little bit slim pickings. I just went totally dark. Let's go to this 2023 tape. William said, I'm not worried. Tons of wide receivers and cornerbacks. That's true. We need to get better on the boundary. Let me actually go back. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any picks.
The upside with him in terms of what he can become big time.
They're talking about JC Latham to the Titans.
I think there's still more there for him.
He's like those things at the airport. He's an APM automated.
Here's the thing too, though. They were on the phone for so long that they wanted to trade down. Let me get my full thoughts here. Okay. They either wanted to trade down really bad because they didn't want to take Joe Alt at 5, and they would have been fine taking one of those other tackles like Talize Fuanga or JC Latham, whoever. The Titans, maybe they take Joe Alt. So one of those guys down at 11, because I'm assuming they were talking to the Vikings. I don't think they probably didn't take that trade because they viewed Joe Alt, the difference between Joe Alt and the next guy, as worthy of those other picks that they would have gotten. That's crazy, because if 23 was on the table, they may have just literally wanted the best offensive lineman in the draft. Maybe. JC Latham is like Fluker. No, he's not. JC Latham is a very good offensive lineman. Better than Joe Alt? I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. I think if Joe Alt can go play right side, who's going to be playing right guard, though? That's the only thing. Let me check this film out. Let me see where Joe Alt ranked the best by PFF, and then I'm just going to go through that film. Let me check just the overall grades. Best game against Stanford. We have Clemson, Louisville, NC State, or Ohio State. Okay, Clemson, Louisville. Let's watch Louisville, actually. Had an elite pass blocking grade against Louisville. Takes a lot of pressure off of him and lets the team ride on the offensive line. Yeah. I mean, we really should have seen this coming. Need to sign Tyler Boyd. I don't think you sign a wide receiver in free agency. I think you still address that in the draft. We always needed to address wide receiver in the draft, whether that be at 5th overall or in the 2nd or 3rd round. Again, keep an eye on Brendan Rice, man. It has to do with the worth of a top 5 pick. Top 5 is like a golden ticket, and we used it on a stackable washer/dryer. Joe Alt is the best offensive lineman in this draft. And I think he's going to be a bookend tackle. He's only 21 years old. So for the next 12, 13, 14 years, if he doesn't get injured, which he hasn't been injured, I like the player. I love the player, even. But again, if it were me, I would have taken Malik Nabers, but I understand the pick. Okay, let me pull up this Louisville tape. Let Harbaugh cook. Odell Beckham Jr. Again, I don't really think free agent wide receivers, there's not really any good ones. I'm so unhappy. Do you think we trade up for another pick in the first round? I think it's certainly possible, Mr. Boom, because the wide receivers, if they start going quickly at the end of the first round right there, maybe they want to trade up for Adonai Mitchell. Maybe they want to trade up for Brian Thomas Jr. The Falcons pick is in, and I think this is going to be the first defensive player off the board. Think of like Dallas Turner or Laiatu Latu.
At number 8, and I know they signed Kirk Cousins, gave him $100 million guaranteed. It is all about succession at the most important position. A lot of people think they're going to take a defensive player, maybe edge. Michael Penix is very firmly in the mix for the Atlanta Falcons.
How about them apples?
I was wondering when the chaos was going to start.
Michael Penix might go to the Falcons.
Did you suspect Atlanta was going to get out at 8?
And the pick is in.
And here they are sticking, and if they go at 8, as Ian has suggested, with Michael Penix, that's a big-time change.
They did a lot of work on Penix.
We're gonna watch film soon on Joe Alt.
Moving up, that was convenient for both parties. Rams get their defensive player they want, and then you have here a situation where they get Penix later. Apparently, they're okay with just taking him right here.
And you talk about a succession plan. We all saw that great show. And
that'd be crazy. So, someone said Trey Pipkins to right guard. I think he might be too big, and he doesn't play with leverage that well. I don't think that's a good slide into right guard. This O-line is going to be top 5. Hey, I think we're going to see some really good offensive line play. I think we can be sure of that because we got a good O-line coach. We got Jim Harbaugh, who developed that talent at Michigan to be maulers. He's going to develop Joe Alt, who is an extreme talent. I mean,
here we go.
Michigan didn't have great recruits. This is a great recruit.
The Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Whoa! Okay. Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons. That is the craziest pick.
The 4th quarterback off the board.
Wow.
Michael Penix Jr.
So now this actually affects the Chargers kind of a lot because the Raiders really wanted Michael Penix Jr. and they really wanted Jaden Daniels. Who are they going to go into this season as with their quarterback? Like, who's going to start?
Kirk Cousins arrives in Atlanta. He signs
Kirk Cousins in shambles. Bro, Kirk Cousins, I'm sure he's sitting in Cancun. He's loving life right now. He got so much money.
Having JJ McCarthy get
this is big for the Raiders. Listen. If we were Raiders fans, let's just pretend we're Raiders fans right now, okay? Suddenly I feel disgusting, but who are we going to start at quarterback? I mean, we're in a division with Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, Bo Nix to Vegas. Oh my God. Yeah, Tom Telesco drafts. Let me mute this. Tom Telesco drafts another Oregon quarterback, Bo Nix. He's like, oh, it worked last time. Raiders getting Spencer Rattler. Bro, Spencer Rattler at 13. Let's do it. We can speak it into existence. I feel much better now. Like that makes me feel good. Raiders don't have a quarterback, man. And we're sitting here with Justin Herbert and we're complaining he doesn't have weapons. Like, yeah, okay, he doesn't. He doesn't have weapons. We got Josh Palmer, we got Quinn Johnson, but we just spent a pick to protect Justin Herbert with Joe Alt at 5. I would have liked to trade down, but hey, we got the best offensive lineman. We got our pick. We have to worry about the Chiefs, not the Raiders. And we got 2 running backs with injuries and no one to throw to. That is true. But it is fun to laugh at the Raiders. But also, 2 running backs with injuries. We're going to address that running back position. The pick is in for the Bears. This might be Byron Murphy Jr. And then that would also affect our picks later on because we might even address interior defensive line before we address wide receiver or cornerback, but I would really like to get this boundary secured either on offense or defense. Because we're building through the trenches right now. We are committed to doing that, obviously. That's why Joe Alt was the pick. Rome Odunze, Josh says to the Bears, possibly. Man, that would be a crazy offense for the Bears if they did that.
From the combine this year was Michael Penix when he.
They're still talking about Michael Penix. That was Kurt Warner. Too bad Tom Telesco is going to draft Bowers. No shot. No shot. Okay, so I'm trying to think of like who is going to take who here. The Rams might trade up. If this isn't Rome Odunze, I think the Jets take Rome Odunze and they're laughing all the way to the bank. I'm on a big delay. Is there a delay? I'm on ultra low latency. Here, let me refresh my my player here. Hold on. Williams, Allen, Odunze. Bro, that would be crazy. Who's ahead right now? Is NFL Network ahead?
I've got people that want to come up and get the fifth guy. You got to give me something to come up one spot.
Interesting. Even if nobody has?
Even if nobody has.
Oh, my goodness.
We can play some games here.
Yeah, take it to me. Let's go. Let's go, DJ.
Okay, here's the pick. This is the Bears pick.
Tell you everything? Oh, they called. I didn't tell them what we talked about.
Bears' second pick of the night, and it's just the 9th overall pick.
Rome.
With the 9th pick.
So I'm only about like 3 seconds behind on NFL Network.
The Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze, wide receiver, Washington.
I kind of want to stick with NFL Network though because I like those guys more. Play is not significant. Okay, we'll stay with NFL Network. But thanks for letting me know, too, Papa. Or me, Papa. Bears going crazy this year. I kind of am rooting for the Bears a little bit. Keenan Allen, Caleb Williams. Because I like Caleb Williams. I'm a USC guy. Don't spoil the pick. We didn't spoil the pick. Wait, Vikings traded with... They did. I see it. Vikings traded with the Jets.
Maybe he saw the future of where this thing was going. But you talk about transforming an offense.
So the Vikings were the team that wanted to trade up, man. That's who we were talking to. They kept 23, it looks like, because I'm looking at ESPN. Do I like the Alt pick? I like the player. I like Joe Alt, the player, a lot. At 5, though, with the guys that were on the board, he's gonna have to play really well for me to not think about Malik Nabers. You know? Because I liked Malik Nabers just as much as Joe Alt, but I thought Malik Nabers would fit in really nicely with this team. They had a great visit. He was looking at real estate in LA. It felt like it was going to happen for a long time, didn't it? Trading down or Nabers would have been so much better. I don't think Nabers would have been so much better. It would have been better, but trading down would have been my go-to. They're talking about the trade now, I think.
Catch guy in the entire draft. Double moves for a
Vikings
are
obviously going to take JJ McCarthy. Obviously.
Here's an example.
And I actually think that's a pretty good fit for him. For JJ. Yeah, he seriously has to be an all-pro, one of the best 2 tackles in the NFL. I don't know about one of the best 2 tackles, but like if he's I don't know. Yeah, just like an all-pro tackle, Pro Bowl, perennial Pro Bowl player. Just like be Rashawn Slater, you know? If he can do that, then I'm not going to be thinking about Malik Nabers because Malik Nabers, he's going to the Giants, right? He's going to get the Daniel Jones Ducks. Like, I mean, who's going to be throwing him the ball? Oh, there was that one interview before all of this draft stuff that Malik Nabers said something about, I think it was at the scouting combine. He was asked about being picked by the Giants, and he was like, Yeah, man. I mean, they got to figure out that quarterback situation, but then after that, we're good. Now he's a Giant. Herbert thrown to Chuck E. Cheese employees. Bro, Quentin Johnson, he quit Chuck E. Cheese now. He's not employed by Chuck E. Cheese.
Right now. The Minnesota Vikings are about to announce their
talking about the trade.
Overall. We are
obviously, this is JJ McCarthy. Okay, so here's the trade.
JJ McCarthy. The Jets
10th and a 6th round pick. They're giving up a 4th and a 5th. Okay. So just to move up one, they're giving their 4th and 5th round picks, and they're getting back a 6th. So I don't think the Vikings were really willing to play ball with the Chargers just based off of that trade, moving up one spot to the Jets. They probably wanted to keep that number 23 overall pick, and maybe that was the deal breaker for Joe Hortiz. Because he's probably thinking, listen, if I can't get 23, I'm gonna take the best tackle available. That's probably what happened and why it took so long and how it all went down. At least that's what I hope went down. Quentin Johnson better step it up this year, bro. I mean, that's the thing too. What if Quentin Johnson does step it up this year? We'd be in a much better situation. I'll tell you that. I did not forget about the Joe Alt film, by the way. There's just so much going on. What pick is this? 10 or 11? We're on 10 right now, but the Vikings they're almost certainly going to take their quarterback here, which is JJ McCarthy. Could be Bo Nix. It's probably JJ. Wouldn't that be funny though if it was Bo Nix? Bo Nix or Joe Alt is a good player, but the Chargers blew it. I don't think they blew it, man. I mean, if blowing it is taking a very good offensive lineman at 5, like I said, I've been saying in my videos for a long time now, I think we're sitting pretty. And this was the worst case scenario. It was Joe Alt. And it's still not bad. But it's the worst case scenario. It's not bad. That's how pretty we were sitting, man. And with this new coaching staff, the new coaching staff is like, picking Joe Alt with Jim Harbaugh is so much different than picking Joe Alt with Brandon Staley. It is so much different. We blew it, face it. No, we did not blow it. I am not coping right now because I like Joe Alt as a player. I like JC Latham as a player as well. If they took JC Latham, I would have been saying the same stuff right now. I actually would have had a video ready to go because I did a huge film breakdown on JC Latham. The only reason that people are upset, me included a little bit, I am a little bit upset, is because we passed on Malik Nabers. But that's the only guy. I mean, what if Malik Nabers isn't that dude? What if Joe Alt would have gone to the Titans and he was a perennial Pro Bowl player, and Malik Nabers went to us and he can't stay healthy or he can't stop dropping the ball? None of this stuff is a certainty, especially when you consider the hit rate on wide receivers in the first round. It is not nearly as high as tackles, especially this high up, man. And the hit rate on day 2 wide receivers is so much higher than the day 2 offensive linemen. It really is. Ben Ramirez, y'all don't know ball. Oh my God. There are more late round receivers than there are late round tackles. Yes, Ben. Yes, Ben. Ben's my man right there. This QR class is deep. You mean wide receiver? Yeah, Vince, this wide receiver class is deep. You are right. Joe Alt is a slam dunk. He's a young stud and has potential to be one of the best. Okay, I'm glad we're starting to come around. There were a lot of people in here, a lot of people in my comment section as well, they wanted an offensive lineman. The majority of people did not, and they were like very, very loud about not wanting an offensive lineman. But it seems like people are starting to come around to the pick more. you guys got to remember, even Joe Hortiz himself said this. This is taking a while for the Vikings to come up with their pick, by the way. But Joe Hortiz said Puka Nacua was a 5th-round pick. So do you think they pass on a top center in the second since they already went O-line? I don't think that changes the interior, what they want to do on the interior of the offensive line. So if they have a guy that they like, it doesn't change. Like if Jackson Powers-Johnson is there, if Graham Barton is there, I don't think Graham Barton's going to be there. Like Zach Frazier, if Zach Frazier is there at 37, I don't think Joe Alt changes the plan, if that's the plan. Because he's going to be playing right tackle. Joe Alt's 6'8". He's not going to be playing right guard, baby. Trey Pipkins is swing tackle now. He's a backup. Isn't that what we wanted? Isn't that what we all wanted for Trey Pipkins not to be playing? Hold on.
The surviving mother, brothers.
They're announcing the pick right now for the Vikings. Ben is right, and you are correct. Wide receiver in the first has a high bust rate. Thank you to Papa. Good. I'm glad. Are we starting to warm up now? We're starting to warm up to this pick, guys. If anyone has anything negative to say, say it in the chat about the pick. I'll address it. Hopefully I can cool you guys down, man. Because I was expecting this.
Care to those grieving the loss of a military.
They're still announcing this pick. Could have taken Bowers. I don't think Bowers would have been a great value at 5. We're talking positional value. Tight end at 5. You're paying him top 10 tight end money as soon as he enters into the NFL. I would have rather had Joe Alt at 5 than Brock Bowers. Other players will step up, says Alex. Yeah, we need the wide receivers to step up. I mean, we're acting like they can't step up and they're helpless and they're not going to be any good. Josh Palmer. There's JJ McCarthy now. Just got selected by the Vikings. Josh Palmer. He could be a good wide receiver too. Quinn Johnson, I think, could be a good wide receiver 2/3, like that Z position. You guys got to remember, he has some yak ability as well. Do I need to make a video about Quentin Johnson, going over film about Quentin Johnson from last year? Because I watched every single snap of Joey Bosa. I will do the same for QJ. And I'll let you guys know. I'll be honest with you. I'll let you know if I think he can bounce back. I'm not just going to be riding for the team. I'm going to be supporting Quentin Johnson, but I'm not going to lie and say he's going to be having the second best or having a bounce back season in his sophomore year if I don't think he will. Xavier Worthy to the Chargers in the second round. I don't like Xavier Worthy. He's too skinny. He's too little. We need a wide receiver 1. We need like a big wide receiver 1. Think of Xavier Legette, Adonai Mitchell even. I don't think Brian Thomas Jr. would be a great fit, but he's got the size. He's skinny, but he's tall and he's fast. Kind of built like Quentin Johnston, actually, which is why I don't think he would be a great fit. It's a bit redundant to have both of those guys. Jay says Adonai Mitchell. I like Adonai Mitchell. He's a really good route runner. He gets CeeDee Lamb comps. CeeDee Lamb is a wide receiver 1. We need quarterbacks also. We absolutely need corners. That's a big thing. It's a boundary corner that we need for sure.
Necessarily needed with this Michigan team. They had a formula that worked for them, and he played his role all the way to a national.
Pick is in for the Jets at 11. What if... Okay. Let me just throw this out here. What if the Jets pass on Brock Bowers here? Brock Bowers starts to have a little bit of a slide, like maybe gets to 14. What if the Chargers trade up for Brock Bowers? Thoughts? That's kind of crazy. Because I think at 14, you're not paying a tight end. I think he would be getting like top 25-ish tight end money. So then you can talk about the positional value there. It is there. No Brock Bowers. Trade up for Bowers. Hell yeah. Okay, so now we're getting different opinions here. Might take next year's 1 to come up. Ooh, I would not do next year's 1. I would do 37. The 4th round pick. So 2nd and a 4th. Oh, is that enough? I think that's enough. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's 2nd, 4th, and then like one of our 7ths.
And it was very successful for a long time. But
Did the Jets just pick already? It says pick is in. I didn't see it yet. Are we tipping picks? Don't tip picks, Chris. Did they just take Olu Fashanu? That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. They need to pass protect for Aaron Rodgers. And then Brock Bowers is starting to slide. So look, man. Does he get back? Does he get past the Broncos? Broncos at 12.
Days ago, he said, I want to coach that kid. He said, this kid, everybody that's around him, he's infectious. They always want to be around him. His teammates
They just drafted an infectious kid. We have the best O-line in the league now. Andy, bro, I hope so. You guys remember when the Cowboys had a really good offensive line with Ezekiel Elliott? Remember how good they were? How exciting it was to watch them, even though they just kept running the ball? That's what we can have here. On a positive note, Nick Wright said a while back, if they went for a receiver, they would blow it. But if they went for the O-line, he would be nervous. He's a Chiefs fan. Make the Chiefs nervous.
To the Jets pick, this may be the
Here's
greatest
the Jets pick. I think somebody said it was Olu Fashanu.
With the 11th
Let's not tip any more picks if it is.
2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Olu Fashanu, tackle, Penn State.
So they go.
Now we're starting to see these tackles come off the board.
Protecting Aaron Rodgers.
Chargers knew it was going to happen. That's why they didn't want to trade down with the Vikings. The Vikings probably were not willing to give up what Joe Hortiz wanted. Like I said, I think it was that 23 pick. Okay, so 3 tackles are gone within the top 11. Really, it would have been the top 10 if the Vikings didn't trade up. Joe Alt is starting to look like it makes a lot of sense. Like, even more sense, I guess, because it made sense before. That's a good pick, says Dominic. Yeah, I think Olu Fashanu is a good fit for the Jets. They also got Mekhi Becton. They signed a couple guys in free agency that, I forgot their names, but they play 6 or 7 games out of the year. They're veterans, pretty good players, but are they going to stay healthy? That's why you draft a guy like Olu Fashanu. Probably going to start at about midpoint of the season. Yeah, now it makes our pick look better with the tackles going fast. Yeah. I'm glad we're starting to warm up, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Broncos are on the clock now. I do not want the Broncos to take Brock Bowers. I think if the Broncos take Brock Bowers, that would be it'd be a good pick for them. Do I check Twitter? Let me just check Twitter, see if things are going in flames right now. I got a ton of mentions. Raiders got screwed. Broncos likely taking Bo Nix, and there will be no quarterback for him. I would love that. I'm checking Twitter because I'm trying to see if what's going on with the Chargers news, but I just got the tip pick for the Broncos. You guys want me to tell you? Yeah. Broncos are taking Bo Nix. Bo Nix to the Broncos. Raiders have nobody. Raiders got screwed the most in this draft, man. That is crazy. Like that, I cannot believe that. Wait, so that's 6 quarterbacks in the top 12? Is that 6 in the top 12? No way. This affects us a lot because half of the players taken in the top 12 are quarterbacks. A third of them are offensive linemen. Wide receivers are starting to fall a little bit. A third of the players are wide receivers too. I just want a wide receiver to fall really bad. But these tackles are going to fly off the board. Raiders probably going to take a tackle. Or a cornerback, Fuaga or Arnold. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I would rather them take do something crazy. Take Kool-Aid McKinstry here. Who would who would Tom Telesco pick? Let's actually think about this. Who would Tom Telesco pick if they can't pick quarterback? Like, what's their biggest need? Corner? Don't take Brock Bowers. Telesco would pick the worst player. Okay, Spencer Rattler. Terrion Arnold. I feel like Terrion Arnold would be a Telesco guy. I do like him though. Brian Thomas Jr. Ooh. I could see that. I could see Brian Thomas Jr. That'd be kind of crazy. I don't think he would be a good player for them though. Tom is picking a 5'7" corner. He's gonna take Mike Sainristil. Okay. Joe Hortiz on Joe Alt. It's an elite level athlete for a man his size that can do a lot of things. Also mentioned that Joe Alt he turned 21 in February. I said that too. Very, very young. He can develop. He's only been playing the position for 4 years. He graded as an elite left tackle for 2 out of those 4 years. And that includes high school.
Diamond.
Let's listen in a little.
I'm not going to. I don't have nothing to
retort.
It's
not going to disparage it. It's not great.
That's not great. No.
I'm not disparaging.
I like this, Jacob. Jacob Dubb, I like it, man. You've composed yourself. You're hyped for all. He's going to neutralize Max Crosby.
Offensive players. First time we've ever seen both. And we'll see if the Denver Broncos keep this a 50% quarterback hit rate.
They will. Rich Eisen doesn't know yet.
Out there. And we'll see if that's who they're going to be picking.
This is going really well, actually.
What's the strength of the draft? It's quarterbacks, it's wide receivers.
Like, if we took Malik Nabers and all of this stuff was going on, then we would be thinking this is best case scenario. I just read this tweet here. In recent weeks, this is Adam Schefter. Let me actually just pull this up. I'm not spoiling anything. I'm opening up individually. Listen to this. In recent weeks, let me zoom in for you. Both the Patriots and the Vikings reached out to the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading Justin Herbert. So there were actual trade talks for Justin Herbert. These teams actually thought that they would trade him. Answer is very quickly, no. Yeah, of course. Not only do the Chargers love him, but they also would have had to take on 63. Yeah. We know that. It wouldn't have worked. It just never made sense. Like, it clearly never made sense. That is hilarious, though, that they actually... Bro, they were reading Twitter, and they're like, wait, Justin Herbert might be available. That's what happened, bro. The Patriots and the Vikings GMs are reading Twitter. What are they doing? Get off Twitter, bro. Here's the pick. Here's the Broncos pick.
The NIL money was better.
It was great, pretty much. Is Roger trying to let them finish with their Neil Diamond song?
No, it was the hug.
It's got to stop. It's got to stop because Charles is very upset right now.
I need to get off Twitter. I don't want to tip any picks here. But I'm just scrolling down.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
There it is.
Quarterback.
This is going so well. This is going great.
6 quarterbacks in the first dozen picks.
To quote
Tua Tagovailoa is the comparison. I think that's Daniel Jeremiah's comparison for Bo Nix. That's kind of a crazy one. This is going really well, guys. Wow. 6 quarterbacks, man. We want these tackles to go now because we got our tackle. We don't need a tackle. If Graham Barton, Zach Frazier, Jackson Powers-Johnson fall to 37, that'd be cool. That we could really solidify that offensive line. Like, that'd be crazy if that happens. We want the wide receivers to fall. That is what we want. Everyone is falling. What if the Raiders get baby Tua? Talia Tagovailoa? I think that's way too high. But I would love that pick for us. That'd be funny. You're joking. I know. Where did he even go to school? Like Maryland? Let me see. Yeah, Bo Nix. Raiders still on the clock? I can't see. I wish they would show like the time on the clock at all times. Oh, ESPN shows it. So there's 3 minutes left. The Raiders are still on the clock. Bro, Tom Telesco is sweating. He's sweating so hard right now. Maryland, yeah. Oh, my tag, you're it. Yes, you did miss it. We took Joe Alt at 5. Pick is in for the Raiders. But yeah, we took Joe Alt at 5 if you missed it. We talked a lot about it. We're going to watch film later on in the night. Once things kind of cool down a little bit. But overall, he's a really good player. We all kind of would have rather had Malik Nabers at 5, but solidifying this offensive line is never a bad idea. And we trust in Jim Harbaugh. That's the main sentiment here, right, guys? Back me up. Tell them. Thank you, Andy. I appreciate that, man. I wish I could show you the stream, like the what I'm seeing on NFL Network. I can only share the audio with you guys. Pick is in for the Raiders. Who do you guys think it's going to be?
Ungraded quarterbacks have been taken for 12 picks. No, I've been...
Alt is the Chargers' new tight end. Hey, you're actually not wrong in a sense, because he's going to be lined up at tight end at some point. Bro, oh my God. I just had a vision. I just had a freaking That's So Raven vision. We're lined up at the 2-yard line. 4th and goal. Gus Edwards in the backfield. Ben Mason at F. And you have Justin Herbert under center. We have Joe Alt on the right side playing tight end. Trey Pipkins is the right tackle. We have both those guys on the field. On the right side, you run right behind them into the goal line. I had a vision. We trade up. I like that vision, Andy.
In the NFL, starting right now, and look at the project he gets here with Bo Nix.
Well, as the commissioner has the Raiders pick, Jack.
Yeah, Sean Payton with Bo Nix. I don't like that for them. Wait. Someone said Xavier Worthy to the Raiders?
So there's a lot on the line here.
That would be hilarious.
In the 2024 NFL Draft.
Don't tell me it's true.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers.
No! Oh.
Georgia.
That's what I was afraid of.
So
this is the worst spot for him, though.
Going to the Raiders. And what do you think of this pick?
Well, this is value here. This is
I love Brock Bowers, though.
Big time player. It came down to position value. I think that's why
it's good for the Raiders, but it's not good for Brock Bowers' career, because I don't think, can he succeed with the Raiders? They don't really have a great offensive line. They don't have a quarterback. Who's going to be throwing Brock Bowers the ball? Who's going to be running the ball? You can't just have an offense completely revolved around. Oh, they have Michael Mayer too. Bro. 12 personnel. They're going to have a ton of 12 personnel. That's 2 tight ends on the field at the same time. Gardner Minshew. I'm not afraid of Gardner Minshew throwing them the ball, bro. Yeah, Rick's saying they have Gardner Minshew at starting at quarterback. I would love that. We would all love that, man. That Raiders draft room doesn't look too excited. I think we all know why. They wanted a quarterback. Aiden O'Connell is projected to be the starter, but I think Rick might be right. Gardner Minshew. Rick says exactly, yeah, no one's afraid of Gardner Minshew. You're right, man. So, this is going really well. Who could the Chiefs pick that would make us even like more happy? Because now both of our division rivals took guys that I don't think they're gonna play well with them. Like, I don't think Bo Nix is gonna be a good quarterback. I like Brock Bowers a lot, but I think that's a really bad landing spot for him. Chiefs getting a wide receiver. Yeah, if the Chiefs go wide receiver, I would like to see them get, I don't know, Xavier Worthy. Although he could do well for them, actually. Maybe not. Because Andy Reid, he could dial up some stuff to protect Xavier Worthy. That would probably be a really good landing spot for Xavier Worthy, like for his career. They're the next Hernandez and Gronk. Wonder which one will end up behind bars. Bro, if one of them did, I don't think it would be Brock Bowers. But Michael Mayer went to Notre Dame. Neither of them. Michael Mayer would go on a mission, like a church mission. That's the only way that they'd leave. Yeah, just what I expected, man. I'm going through some Chargers tweets on Twitter. Like, people are very upset. I like that this chat is, we're kind of happy. I like it. I was afraid, honestly, of the JC Latham at 5. I was afraid of that. Andy said a radar pick. Andy says 8.3. I would give, so here's the thing. I would rate it in 2 different ways. So if I'm rating just the pick as the player, if I'm just rating Joe Alt, that's like a 9. That's like a 9 out of 10 for me. Because he fits well on the offense. Obviously, I think he fit well on any offense. Plays well in zone and gap scheme and run blocking. And then also his pass set is really, really good. So the player, I'd give it a 9. But when you consider our depth chart at wide receiver, who we passed up on in Malik Nabers, and even Rome Odunze, I'd bring it down to like a 7.5, maybe. Dominic said 7.7. I actually might meet you there. I might roll with what Dominic says at 7.7. Yeah, this was the worst case scenario until JC Latham was brought up as pick at 5. That was the new nightmare scenario. But yeah, Joe Alt was the nightmare scenario for a while, and it ended up becoming true. And that's my whole point in that video was to show, if this is the worst case scenario, there's not a lot of bad that can happen here. So yeah, 7.7, just because I would have picked Malik Nabers. No, I would have traded down. Not bad, worst case scenario, 100%. That was the whole point of that video. That was the whole point, man. Joe Alt is a horrible choice. I don't think it's a horrible choice. I think the only people that you would consider with Marvin Harrison Jr. on the board, or off the board rather, it would be Malik Nabers or Joe Alt. The JC Latham over Joe Alt thing, that's where I was like, oh, what are we doing? But I always would have understood Joe Alt at 5. I just would have rather had Malik Nabers. You want JC? Imagine if we went from JC Jackson to JC Latham. We already had one JC. And there are a lot more receivers, yes. Jay says, what if the Vikings were only offering 11 and their second rounder? Would you have taken that? No. That's why I think we were on the clock for so long talking to them. The Saints are still on the clock. They need a freaking pick, bro. But that's why I think they were on the clock, on the clock for so long. They were talking to the Vikings, and there were reports. Do you guys remember? The Vikings did not want to give up 23. Excuse me. And I think that was the problem. I think Joe Hortiz did want to trade down. Probably would have taken JC Latham at like 11. Because maybe he wouldn't have been there. Because maybe the Jets take JC Latham then. If that happens, because they took Olu Fashanu. Yeah, I don't know, actually. Because then it would be Joe Alt to the Titans, I think. And then JC Latham might have been gone to the Jets. And then you have the third tackle just because you traded down and you only got, maybe you didn't get that 23 pick, which is the deal breaker. But then who would you pick at 23? Because the wide receivers, there's a kind of a big drop-off. And defensive players would be there. Like Jerzon Newton, I would have really liked. Xavier Legette is definitely a target. Would you guys be fine at 37 to take Xavier Legette? So like Joe Alt and then Xavier Legette? But then we still need to address defense. I feel like we kind of need to address cornerback. Not as bad as receiver. That's the thing. We really need a wide receiver. That's why we wanted Malik.
but may not play again in the NFL forever. So that is why these Saints have a...
Saints pick is in. I'll play the audio once they get on stage here. Trust Herbert's protection and talent to create elite receivers for us. Yes. Yes, ethics instead. You see it the same way I do. I think that is why they went with the tackle over the wide receiver. Let's just say that they were even on the board. Okay? Joe Hortiz is like, I'm fine with either guy. Would you have more confidence in Justin Herbert throwing the ball behind a really good offensive line, or Justin Herbert throwing the ball behind kind of like an average offensive line to a better receiving corps? I think that's a legitimate question to ask. And they would have rather protected him so that Justin Herbert can elevate the talent around him. Because it's pretty hard for a quarterback to elevate the offensive line. You got to be like Tom Brady, diagnose quickly, and just it's a lot of game plan stuff. That's like unheard of almost. Here we go with the Saints.
2024 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Talise Fuaga.
Talise Fuaga.
Oregon State.
We see these tackles. We see these tackles going now. Makes a lot of sense that we took the best one.
The physicality with which he plays as you see him getting
and these receivers have not been picked yet. I thought
usually when you have the
yeah, I really like Talise Fuaga as well as a player. There's a drop off here with the wide receivers. I think the Colts could take Brian Thomas Jr. That could be where this run starts. I think the Seahawks take another tackle or guard, depending on how you view it. Troy Fautanu. These linemen are going, man. Lots of wide receivers falling. You're right, Andy. Who would the Chargers pick it? Like, if we have our choice of wide receivers. There we go. That's a good spot for the chat right here. Do you think we might trade up in the first round? I think it's possible. If we do, one of these receivers has fallen, they have to like a receiver a lot. Because I feel like they value draft picks so highly. It's going to take a lot for them to move up. It also kind of took a lot for them to move down, though. Like, they didn't want to move down. I'm checking Twitter. Still reading Chargers tweets. I'm not refreshing, by the way. I'm not spoiling the picks. I cannot imagine how Raiders fans feel right now. Here's a little Chargers update. Jim Harbaugh said that John Harbaugh texted him that he would have also taken Joe Alt at 5. So the Ravens would have taken Joe Alt over Malik Nabers. Does that make some people feel better? There has not been a single defensive player taking it, and we're at the Colts, and I think the Colts take a wide receiver here. I think this is where the Colts, or where the wide receivers start going a little bit. Okay. Tell me the pick. We're 4 minutes with the Colts on the clock. If they take a wide receiver, I think it's Brian Thomas Jr. One evaluator compared Joe Alt to Joe Thomas. You guys don't know, Joe Thomas was like all pro every single year for a long, long time. He was a left tackle. Okay, here's another one. Jim Harbaugh said it was a unanimous decision and nobody rated higher than Joe Alt on their board. So they had Joe Alt over Malik Nabers. No, wait, they had Joe Alt over Marvin Harrison Jr., right? Nobody rated higher than Joe Alt on their board. But maybe Marvin Harrison Jr. was off the board because he just went. I think maybe that's what that's saying. Let me just pull up the tweet and show you, because this is the exact wording. Jim Harbaugh said it was a unanimous decision. Nobody rated higher than Joe Alt on their board. On their board at the time. Read this one as well. Rashawn Slater is locked in as left tackle. So that's good news. They have a plan. They know what they're doing. Obviously, we knew that. Okay. That's interesting to me. So they had Joe Alt over JC Latham, over Malik Nabers, over Rome Odunze. Wow, okay. It's also interesting because Joe Alt is kind of like, I don't know, a little bit more of a finesse player, kind of. At least more so than JC Latham and Talize Fuanga. I think those guys were like the perfect scheme fit for Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh. Again, that's why I was a little nervous about JC Latham at 5. Because I was like, oh, this makes way too much sense. But I think they made the right decision. Because I did have Joe Alt as OT1. A lot of people did. All right, there's nothing new here. Colts pick is in. This could be a receiver.
Corner that you've rated. And I don't know if Indianapolis would have gone into this draft, gone into tonight, and thought to themselves, we can get our top corner on our board.
They're talking about cornerback for, okay, cornerback. I don't know. I don't think they'll go corner. I don't really see them. Just went back to PFF. I don't really see them going defense, I get. I mean, if they go defense, it's got to be like Dallas Turner. Or their best edge on the board. Take an edge player if it's defense, because we need a corner. So, that's actually the best scenario here. Take Dallas Turner. Let the receivers fall. Let the cornerbacks fall. Then we can talk about maybe trading up into the first round, because then it's a little interesting here. Colts get an edge. Are we tipping picks here? So, what's bigger need? Wide receiver or cornerback? Wide receiver. Although the need at cornerback is very, very real. But I say wide receiver just because of, I think the drop-off for like Josh Palmer and Quentin Johnson to being wide receiver 1 is more than the drop-off between like the guys we have right now at corner and being a CB1. So like Asante Samuel Jr. is closer to being a CB1 than Josh Palmer or QJ is to being a wide receiver 1. You understand what I'm saying? So for that reason, I'd say wide receiver. Here's the pick.
Brandon Ayuk to beat Justin Herbert in a game against Oregon.
And how about that? And Diamador Lenore is in coverage.
That's how long it's been. All right, here's the Colts pick.
No wide receiver.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Laiatu Latu, defensive end, UCLA.
So it is Latu.
Wow. I thought that they would have taken Dallas Turner because they love guys with the athletic tools. That's interesting. So this is an outlier for them. They always draft the best athletes. That is crazy. Laiatu Latu is like probably the best fundamental pass rushers since like one of the Bosa's, Joey Bosa or Nick Bosa. Yeah, he's really, really good with his hands. He's got tons of pass rush moves. He's so excited. I like this for the Chargers. Receivers are sliding. The tackles are going. Dallas Turner has character concerns. Does he? I must have missed that. Does he actually? You've been right this whole time, too, Papa. I'll trust you. That makes sense. If you clear Laiatu Latu, Dallas Turner has some character concerns. This makes more sense. Let me check the ESPN. See Who's on the clock? Not tipping any picks. I can't check Twitter, man. Oh, Seahawks on the clock. 7 minutes to go still. So this is probably going to be Troy Fautano, who gets to stay in Washington. Chargers fans cheered for Ryan Leaf, so I trust Jim Harbaugh. I was not alive for Ryan Leaf, man. That's all you guys. I'm glad I missed it, though. Did I miss anything with Ryan Leaf? Seahawks still on the clock. Yeah. It's going to be O-line, man. Makes that O-line pick look good because these guys are falling. And if we did not address that position, who are you going to take later on? Blake Fisher? I mean, he did play right tackle also at Notre Dame, but he's not. I mean, that's a big, big drop-off, man. I missed out on true Chargers pain. Good. I had some pain with the Phillip Rivers years, okay? I remember the game against Kansas City. All he had to do was take the snap and just kneel. He took the snap, fumbled the ball. Chiefs got the ball. I think they went down the field like 40 freaking yards. Forced overtime and then kicked a field goal in overtime. And won the game. Because back then, a field goal won the game. I think that was like 2011, 2012. Does anyone remember that? That was my first encounter with the Chargers being like heartbreaking. It was rough. The Joey Bosa pick was divisive at the time too. Yeah, it was. Because guys wanted Jalen Ramsey. And both of those guys, well, Jalen Ramsey would have been better. Seahawks still on the clock here. Okay.
Defensive
Got 5 minutes left.
You guys know Gus Bradley wants guys who can up front go get the quarterback so he can play the zones and not have to bring the extra people towards the quarterback. Latu fits the bill perfectly for what Gus Bradley wants to do as a DC.
And Rich, congratulations on the national championship, but I'd also be glad that Latu didn't stay at Washington. That game might have been a little bit closer.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
He and Braylon Trice on one side and the other.
Yeah, and we saw Washington play.
Okay. Now we're all sharing our pain in the chat. The most painful Chargers experiences. Yeah, Gus Bradley. Yeah, he's with the Colts now. Getting his edge rusher. Should I check? I'm going to check Twitter a little bit because we're pretty far away from any sort of picks. We got such a good tackle duo, man. What we want is as little cornerbacks as possible and as little wide receivers as possible. And if interior offensive line starts sliding as well, I think that would be really, really nice because, oh my God, imagine Graham Barton or Zach Frazier. I mean, you talk about establishing the run and protecting Justin Herbert. Like, that would be awesome. But then we can't push wide receiver back so far. You got to hit wide receiver in day 2. I remember you guys said Xavier Legette. Is there anyone else you guys are looking at in day 2 at wide receiver that can like legitimately be an X receiver? Because Xavier Worthy, I'm not feeling that one. Okay, here's a little quote from Jim Harbaugh. He was asked about offensive line over wide receiver. He views the offensive line as a weapon. That group is the tip of the spear. Okay. I can see it. Joel began as a right tackle in college. That's what Joe Hortiz said. Maybe he started out like in spring training with Notre Dame at right tackle, but every single snap that he's taken, I just went to PFF again. I'm blinded. Let me go to 2021 because I'm pretty sure every single snap was at left tackle in a meaningful game. It was 2021. Just need to check 2022 now. Yes. I mean, I have no problem with him playing right tackle. I just don't think he ever played right tackle in college. No, he didn't. But yeah, maybe in practice.
I mean, it was.
Here's.
All the.
Hold on. I got the clip here. This is Jim Harbaugh talking about him. Talking about Joey Alt.
Yeah, it was a unanimous decision, and it was, like I alluded to earlier, I mean, it was all the work that went in, the player that was on the top of our board. Nobody rated higher than Joe Alt, the player.
Okay, nobody rated higher than Joe Alt.
When it came to our selection.
Okay, I need to replay that again. Nobody rated higher than Joe Alt when it came to our selection.
Than Joe Alt, the player that was on the top of our board. Nobody rated higher than Joe Alt, the player when it came to our selection that we picked. And I know the question is going to come up, and you're going to say, like, what about a weapon? What about offensive linemen? We look at as weapons.
Tip of the spear.
When we talk about attacking, we talk about attacking on offense. Offensive line is the tip of the spear.
Okay. Smash mouth football. That's what it's going to be, man. Sounds like he would have taken Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah, that's kind of that's the feel that I kind of got there. Is that what everyone else is feeling? That's what it felt like to me. But yeah, when I first read that tweet, I was like, wait, no way they had Joe Alt over Marvin Harrison Jr. because it kind of sounded like that a little bit. Okay, pick is in for the Seahawks.
4 minutes into their clock time. Let's send things to the stage and the PA announcer.
Please direct your attention.
Not just smash mouth. If we give Herbert 2 more seconds to snap, what could he have done? Yeah, exactly. It's about taking the pressure off of Justin Herbert. You take pressure off of Justin Herbert probably more by protecting him, giving him more time to throw than you do by getting an elite weapon at wide receiver. That's how they view it. And you look at the Ravens, like, they very rarely had good wide receivers. Like, they picked wide receivers a lot in the first round, like Marquise Brown, Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers is probably their best wide receiver in a long time. But they never really had like a go-to guy. Not what we thought Malik Nabers would be, but they always had a good offensive line. I think that was a big thing, man. They wanted that offensive line. They want to have that kind of Ravens brand of football. Here we go. This is Seahawks.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom.
That's what we want to hear.
Do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
Okay, this is a guy that I would have really loved to have on the Chargers. If he went down to like 23 and we traded with the Vikings, that would have been awesome. Okay, so Vikings just traded up to 17. I just saw that on ESPN. Should I check Twitter and see what the trade is? Oh, who are the Vikings taking? They got to take an offensive lineman here, right? They have to be taking an offensive lineman. Vikings trade up with the Jaguars to 17. Are the Vikings taking a wide receiver? Because they have Justin Jefferson. But what did they trade to the Jags? Because the Jags were a team that could have taken a wide receiver. Oh. Or is it just an offensive lineman? I'm going to be refreshing Twitter. Oh, okay. I think I have the details here. The Vikings traded up to pick 17. They're giving away 23, 167, a 2025 third, and a 2025 fourth. That's a lot. Whoa. So they're willing to give up that much in a trade? All of a sudden? Why would they not give us a huge haul like that? Were they giving us a huge haul? And we just didn't take it because we like Joe Alt that much? Their pick is already in.
Or they can get to the hard edges before.
They're still just talking about Byron Murphy to the Seahawks, but we have to listen to what this is. What do you guys think it is? Offensive line? Hold on. Okay, there we go. Offensive line or wide receiver? Dallas Turner, somebody said? Wow. He is slipping a lot. They tried trading for Justin Herbert. Maybe they just would not trade unless it was for Justin Herbert. Outside linebacker? Yeah, they did just lose Daniil Hunter. Everyone is saying Dallas Turner. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's a big haul. Wow. You know, the thing that shocked everyone was Michael Penix Jr. to the Falcons, and that just really set off all of this. Because the Vikings would not have traded up with the Jags. Jags probably would have taken a wide receiver. Now the wide receivers are falling even more.
24 NFL draft. The Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner.
Yeah.
Linebacker, Alabama.
So because the Falcons didn't take a defensive player like Dallas Turner, the Vikings traded up, and it's pushing the wide receivers down. Doom says, did we do our second pick? Today is only round 1. So once it gets to pick 32, that's it. And then day 2 is tomorrow. And tomorrow I'm actually going to be on Bleacher Report. I'm not going to be on YouTube. I'm going to be live with the Bleacher Report. We need defense to just keep going. Well, we need, because we need a cornerback. What is my dream wide receiver at this point? Let me look at, like, who's available. I think, just off the top of my head, I like Adonai Mitchell a lot. Lad McConkey, I don't know. There's a drop-off. There's a drop-off, man. And we need an X receiver. Can Brian Thomas Jr. be the X? I would hope. Brendan Rice, I would like a lot, but that's like kind of in the 4th round, in 3rd round, maybe. I like Adonai. I like Adonai Mitchell. I would have him probably as my top guy. Starting to feel a trade up for Brian Thomas Jr. I would like a trade up for a wide receiver. Brian Thomas Jr., I would understand. But again, like I said earlier in the stream, he's kind of similar to Quentin Johnston. So I just worry that they'd be kind of playing the same role, and that would cannibalize their targets because all of those targets would just go to that role rather than the one specific player. Brian Thomas Jr., he can't just run a straight 9. And also, Quentin Johnston gives you more after the catch, I think. You can deploy them differently, but it would just be a little tough. I think a better fit, considering the guys that we have, it might be Adonai Mitchell. Because he's a better route runner. And we just lost Keenan Allen. We need like a good route runner that you can just 3rd and 2, just run a 3, 4, 5 yard route. Right over the middle. TJ Tampa, yeah. TJ Tampa is going to be there in the second round. Lad McConkey, I like Lad McConkey, but I don't really think he's a wide receiver 1. I think he's like a Z receiver, which is like a wide receiver 3. Kind of the same role that Quentin Johnston plays again. Brendan Rice, Roman Wilson. Brendan Rice has wide receiver 1 potential. I don't think Roman Wilson does, although he's a crazy good athlete. Xavier Worthy had the 4.21. Yeah, Xavier Worthy is really, really skinny, so I worry about him. Kind of gives me John Ross vibes, because John Ross also broke the record for speed. Where are we at right now in the draft? Pick 17. Pick 18 right now. Okay. With the Bengals on the clock. Who are the Bengals going to take? Like a Marius Mims? OT is one of the most expensive positions in the league. We did amazing. It's a premier position, man. We were going to get a premier position either way, wide receiver or offensive tackle. That's why, even though Joel was the nightmare scenario, it was still pretty good. There was no bad way this draft could have gone, but the way that this draft is going right now, after our pick, it's really, really good. Especially that Michael Penix Jr. pick. That was awesome. Bengals pick is in. Okay, I just tipped the pick to myself. It's a good one. And the Rams are on the clock now. You want me to tell you? You're going to like it. Amarius Mims, man. It is Amarius Mims. Another tackle. Another tackle. This is going really, really well right now. Chiefs going to have a shot at a good wide receiver still. Yeah, they will. But hopefully they take Xavier Worthy. I think that's the most likely to bust for them. Keon Coleman, too. Reigning tackles. It is. Everyone better grab their tackle. You're right. So, how many freaking tackles are even available now? Let me check, because I think all of the good ones might be gone. I think the next... No, Troy Fautanu. Right, Troy Fautanu. And then Graham Barton, depending on how you view him. But most people view him on the interior. Oh, man, can you imagine? Guys like Tyler Guyton, Jordan Morgan going to the first round. Okay. We could possibly see one of these really good cornerbacks fall, and Joe Hortiz takes them. I think Terrion Arnold's is probably going to go. I think Quinyon Mitchell is probably going to go as well. But Cooper DeJean, Ennis Rakestraw Jr., Kool-Aid McKinstry, it's looking like they're all going to be there, and they're usually not in mock drafts. Cooper DeJean is the most Ravens pick ever. So if he gets past the Ravens, I think it would be an awesome pick for the Chargers. Where are the Ravens at? Ravens are at 30. Maybe you trade up with the Ravens. You're only moving up 7 spots. Ennis Rakestraw Jr., a lot of you guys like Cooper DeJean. That's so Ravens. How would you guys feel if we came away from this first round with Joe Alt and then Cooper DeJean in a trade-up scenario, but we lost one of our fourth-round picks? Thoughts? Because we would lose that second round at 37 and then give him the Keenan Allen pick. And then we have Joe Hortiz and Cooper DeJean. It's kind of 50-50. People want a receiver, though. I can't blame you. I want a receiver. I want a corner. Interior defensive line. Interior O-line as well. We're going nothing but O-line.
To me, when you look at their needs, offensive tackle, defensive.
They're still on the Amarius Mims pick. Okay. Kind of getting ahead a little bit. I'm going to keep refreshing Twitter because some of you guys said that it's okay to tip picks now. So we'll go ahead and do it. Try to get ahead so we understand everything that's going on. Everything that affects the Chargers as soon as we can.
In the 2024 NFL Draft,
Here's the Amarius Mims pick.
the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims, tackle.
I said
Georgia.
Amarius.
That is.
I just got a Diet Coke. I just got free Diet Coke. Or Diet Pepsi. Wait, bring the dog. Do you guys want to see my dog? How do you feel about the Joe Alt pick? Come here.
Good one.
He's good with the Joe Alt pick. Come here, Sadie. What? Oh. This is my dog. Now I got two dogs. I got Sadie and Joe Alt. He's a good dog. He's a good dog. Thank you. Diet Coke. Video sponsor, yeah. Drink Diet Pepsi. I keep saying Diet Coke, though. W dog. Thank you, Dominic. Okay, I'm going to refresh Twitter. Because that Bengals pick is in. Now we're at, what are we at, 19? 19 with the Rams. So this could get a little funky. Because the Rams could take Cooper DeJean too. I feel like they would also take best player available. But would you take Cooper DeJean over Terrion Arnold? Because we're only talking about Cooper DeJean because we're expecting Terrion Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell to go. And I think the Chargers would rather have both of those guys over Cooper DeJean. At least that's what I think. What kind of dog is that? I think it's like a husky. She's a rescue. But I think it's like a husky. She's like a husky German Shepherd mix. Is the second round today? Second round is tomorrow. I think that one starts at 5 p.m. Jim Harbaugh says Rashawn Slater's locked in at left tackle. Yeah, we read that tweet. So Alt's going to try and be decent at right tackle. I think he's going to be totally fine at right tackle, honestly. I have no concerns. I'm really not concerned about that. I just read that one. Rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow. Yeah. Yes, Joe Alt was the nightmare scenario, but the whole point of that video was to show that that is the nightmare. That's the worst case scenario, and it's still pretty darn good. So I would have rather had Malik Nabers. Would have rather traded down too. But then the new worst case scenario, the new nightmare was JC Latham at 5. So now I'm actually grateful that it was Joe Alt. At this point, just fully lean into being physical, running the ball. Don't even take a wide receiver. No, take a wide receiver, Kevin. It would be a waste of a draft pick to just draft another ancillary pass catcher. We got to get 27 for Adonai, or Bills or Chiefs end up with him. Okay, so then what if we trade up for a wide receiver? Because some of these guys are falling. Brian Thomas Jr. is falling. Adonai Mitchell, like we said. I mean, Xavier Worthy. I don't know how many of you guys like him. There's been some chatter about him. Ladd McConkey, I think it's a little early. I'm looking at some of these other guys that I don't think anyone else could go in the first round. Maybe Troy Franklin. Thank you, Mr. Boom. I appreciate that, bro. Adonai Mitchell has character concerns? Did I miss that too? Okay, so for how the draft is playing out right now, which wide receiver would we trade up for versus what would we get sticking at in the second round? I think if we stick in the second round, best case scenario, if we're only doing wide receivers, would be Ladd McConkey. But if we trade up, everyone is on the board. Brian Thomas Jr., Ladd McConkey, Adonai Mitchell. I don't see Roman Wilson being the second round pick. But Ricky Pearsall is good too. Keon Coleman might go in the first. Xavier Worthy might go in the first. Pick is in for the Rams.
The value you're looking at edge rush as a premier player that's still sitting on the board.
Xavier Legette.
Testament to 14 straight
Thank
offensive players starting the draft.
They pushed all these guys down.
Do they still draft Blake Corum? God, I hope not, Josh. Not on day 2. But there was that one report that said that they were interested in drafting Blake Corum, and it could be as early as day 2. Okay, I know who the Rams just picked, and it is good news.
Manipulated that way, and there would be an opportunity for one of those edge rushers. But I thought they were thinking D tackle.
Yeah.
Okay. Rams picked Jared Verse. So now those are the 3 edges gone. Before any cornerback. This is awesome right now. This is setting us up really, really nicely for day 2.
2024 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
Yeah, they got some juice. I mean, you're not going to be able to replace Aaron Donald, but it can be a
Jared Verse, man, he's got a lot of power. Wow, the draft is falling right for us. It is, man. This is going really, really well. You're fine with either wide receiver or corner. I am too, honestly. I think the value, the value at wide receiver, man, in day 2, I think it's in the 3rd. I think the value for cornerback in round 2, where we're at right now, is higher. Because I like guys later on, like Malik Washington, Javon Baker. I like him. I like Brendan Rice. I'm looking at a bunch of these guys. Cornelius Johnson, but that's later on. That's day 3. We just need an X receiver. Steelers got to take Brian Thomas Jr. here. Okay, let's see. Steelers on the board. I think, the Steelers, they're one of those teams that they always take wide receivers on day 2. So if they took a wide receiver in the first round, this would be like the first time in a long time. You want to look at free agent wide receivers and corners right now? It's not much out there. But, Tyler Boyd. Oh my God, so bright. Tyler Boyd. Also, go to available. Okay, here we are. Wide receiver. Steelers are still on the clock. So this is what we're looking at. Hunter Renfrow. That's not your X. Tyler Boyd, slot guy. Michael Thomas. Old and injured. Marquez Valdez-Scantling got a visit, but he's, again, not a wide receiver 1. DJ Chark, again, not really a wide receiver 1, but I think you can line him up at X and he'll give you the most of being a wide receiver 1 than any of these guys in free agency right now. Chase Claypool, kind of a head case. I want to do him. Jalen Guyton is here. Yeah, I don't like... man, I don't like any of these. There's nothing in free agency. These are the wide receivers available. Allen Robinson? Is that right? Great pick for the Rams. Yeah, Jared Verse falling to the Rams is nice. Let's look at corners. Even though we already signed a corner. Xavier Howard is still available. Oh my God. JC Jackson? I don't like any of these. No, none of these. Trayvon Mullen, maybe. Yeah, man. Oof. There's really nothing out there at wide receiver or corner. I mean, who else would we possibly get in free agency? Defensive line, maybe. I mean, yeah, there's nothing really here right now. I don't think we're going to address some of these positions in free agency. I think it's got to be in the draft. These guys are going to get some playing time. JC Jackson is not getting paid by us twice. No wide receiver in the second round club. I could get down with that unless the right guy is there. Which they might be. I mean, what if freaking Brian Thomas Jr. falls? That would be crazy. I'm reading Twitter. Raiders fans are in shambles. Xavier Legette. Rick really likes Xavier Legette. Here we go with the Steelers pick.
And the final attendance total is in. 275,000 human souls have packed Cadillac.
Okay, I just found out the Steelers pick. It's another good one. It's a good one. Troy Fautanu. Another offensive lineman, man. These guys are going. Wide receivers not going yet. Only 3 wide receivers. I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. There's going to be someone good there. We're going to have someone good. Okay, so Adonai Mitchell in a trade-up scenario, because we were talking about possibly getting Adonai Mitchell at 23 or Brian Thomas Jr. at 23 in a trade down and then picking an offensive lineman at 11. But instead, what if we trade up and sacrifice, an extra pick because of that trade down? We sacrifice that because we got the best offensive tackle in Joe Alt. So that value between Joe Alt and the next tackle is higher than the second round pick. You understand what I'm saying? Because we might end up with that same haul that we wanted with the Vikings if we trade up. We can, use that 4th that we got from Keenan Allen. We have 2 4th round picks. We have 2 7ths. We have some picks next year. I keep refreshing Twitter. I'm an addict right now. Ooh. Albert Breer said Tyler Guyton, that's another offensive tackle. He could be in play for Miami, the Eagles, or the Cowboys. So another offensive tackle, man. It's a good thing we hit that position early because it's playing out like this.
No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nate.
I think if Miami goes interior offensive line and they have their choice, it's going to be Graham Barton. I think the first interior guy to go on O-line is Graham Barton.
Cam Hayward.
Cowboys going with Guyton.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner.
I hope.
And most importantly, I want to say
Dolphins
thank
on
you
the
to the Payton
clock.
family, the NFL, and nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week.
And this is the guy who stomped on Justin Herbert. Cam Hayward from the Steelers. Wait, he's man of the year? How do you feel now that all O linemen are gone and we got the number one lineman? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good, Jorge. Yeah, everyone else remembers it too. Okay. Gut punched him. Oh, so he... Was it the gut punch? Who was the guy? Someone I thought was like... He like stepped on him after a huge like 40-yard run by Justin Herbert.
Tackle, Washington.
There you go.
It's Troy Fautanu to the
They got
Steelers.
themselves a tackle for the second year in a row. Broderick Jones last year out of Georgia. Here they go to Washington. As you see, a very emotional Troy Fautanu. That is a cool moment to see him take this in. As he's going to love playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers in his.
Okay, 21 with the Dolphins. Feels to me like the spot where interior offensive linemen start to go, and I think that's Graham Barton. Could be Jackson Powers-Johnson. I'm going through Twitter right now, nothing new. Nothing new yet. We're still on the Dolphins pick. Someone tells me Jackson Powers-Johnson is going to fall. Bro, if Jackson Powers-Johnson is the pick in the second round... I mean, JPJ had some medical concerns because of that hamstring. Tell Cam Hayward you got the receipts. Okay.
Ian?
Troy Fautanu is loving
I wonder how a
being picked by
talented
the
player
Steelers.
lasts this long. There certainly were some injury concerns. First of all, the Steelers are good with the injuries, but let's go over them. First of all, he had a previous...
Okay. So Troy Fautanu actually fell because of injuries, but there were so many linemen that went. Are we glad that we're done with the mock drafts? Yes. Bro, I'm so glad that the draft was finally here. As it stands now, are the Chargers better than last year? I think so. We did lose Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, but with the addition of Joe Alt and the change in philosophy, I feel good about the Chargers being better this year than last year. Specifically because of the culture change. That's what I think is the biggest thing in all of this. Okay, the pick is in for the Dolphins. So if this is interior offensive line, then we're starting to look more at the cornerbacks and the wide receivers in round 2. But if this is a different direction, we can have that serious talk about one of those 3, Zach Frazier, Jackson Powers-Johnson, or Graham Barton falling to us. Bears feel like the old Chargers. Yeah, they got a lot of weapons. Got a good receiver, or a good quarterback. Hopefully, I think he's a good quarterback. Okay, so here's a report from Diana Rossini from The Athletic. The Texans are trying to get into the first round. They're trying to get another weapon for CJ Stroud, almost certainly. Or maybe they see all of these offensive linemen going and they want one of those interior offensive linemen. Or maybe they want a corner, but the immediate thought that I think of when I hear that is some help for CJ. So who's on the board right now? Or who's on the clock, rather? Dolphins are still on the clock. Pick is in with the Dolphins. Okay. Eagles are on the clock at 22. I cannot believe that not a single cornerback has been drafted yet. That might be the position for us in the second round. Bro, I'm looking at some of these tweets. Chargers Twitter is so angry right now. I'm the reason you have hope for the Chargers. Thank you. I mean, they're making some good moves. We wouldn't have taken Malik Nabers here, right? Or we wouldn't have taken Joe Alt here. We would have taken Malik Nabers. But if it were me, I would have traded down and then taken a guy like JC Latham if he is there, or Tlize Fuanga. But they like Joe Alt enough to stick there and pick their offensive tackle. We're seeing now that all of these offensive tackles are going. They definitely had reason to take him over the wide receiver. And also you have to consider again, like the wide receivers hit on day 2 all the time. Just because these guys aren't great prospects doesn't mean that they don't hit. We get a 5th round wide receiver that hits. We've been talking about Brendan Rice here a lot. Trade with what team? That's a good idea. Let's look at who we could trade up with. Cardinals or Bucks, maybe. I think I think Cardinals and Bucks. Is 80 Mitchell the best case scenario? At 37, yeah. Just because I don't think these cornerbacks are going to fall much farther. I think they're going to start to go. Hey, if we trade up, I think the value is at corner. I think the value is at corner if we do trade up. I think we gotta stay locked in here. Because I think it's possible that we actually do trade up for a cornerback. That's how crazy it is that these guys are falling. Not a single cornerback in the top 20. And Terrion Arnold and Quinyon Mitchell is still on the board. Cooper DeJean. If Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell are on the board by the time the Cardinals are at 27, we need to stay locked in. Because that might be the spot.
Eagles on the clock. Jaguars.
Here's the Dolphins pick. I don't know what this is, but I'm guessing Graham Barton.
With the 21st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chop Robinson.
Whoa, okay.
Penn State.
Another edge. Wow.
This is a
Bro, okay. These guys are really falling. The board is falling to us. I cannot believe Chop Robinson went in the first round. He went in 21. Hey, I like Chop Robinson, but I didn't like him that much. He's a really good athlete. Not at 21, not for me. I think that's a bad pick for the Dolphins. Worried that the Cowboys might get a wide receiver. The Cowboys. I think the Cowboys would be another spot for an interior offensive lineman. I think they'd probably go for that more than wide receiver, but you could be right. It's tough to say. I never would have thought that the board would have fallen like this. I mean, we say it every year. But that Michael Penix Jr. pick, man, just threw everything for a loop. Who did the Raiders pick? Brock Bowers. We like Brock Bowers here. But I think that's probably the worst landing spot for him. So it's good news for us. Who's picking right now? I think it's at 22. 22 of the Eagles. Jags probably going Brian Thomas Jr. because they lost their wide receiver one. Yeah, they could. They could have traded with the Vikings because they said, damn, none of these receivers are going right now. We're going to have our pick down at 23. I think you might be on to that right there. I think that's probably what they're thinking. Brandon Ayuk is too much. Yeah, we're not going to trade for Brandon Ayuk. And not T. Higgins. Can't do it. Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold. I think those are the two guys the Chargers are like circling right now at that 27th spot. Because the Cardinals, they're totally willing to trade down. And they'd only be going down 10 spots. Give up your fourth. That might do it. First cornerback about to come off to the Eagles. Let me refresh Twitter, man. Because I guess we're tipping picks here now, right? That's the consensus. We're okay with it. Just want to find out what's going on. We don't know nothing yet. Nothing yet. Nope. Okay. But I'll keep you up to date. I'll keep spamming. Quinyon Mitchell to the Eagles. Totally could be. They're still on the clock. A minute and a half still on the clock. Okay, here's DJ's best available. Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, Brian Thomas Jr., Graham Barton, Cooper DeJean. I didn't even think about Jerzon Newton, but yeah, Jerzon Newton is still on the board. And I would agree with all those best available. Adonai Mitchell, he has below Tyler Guyton. I'd have him above. What if they go for a linebacker? What if the Eagles go for a linebacker? I'm going to refresh Twitter. What if I'm on to something? They got to go for corner, though. You take Newton. I would take Newton, too. If Jerzon Newton falls out of the first round, I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are trying to trade up tomorrow. But I don't know if the Chargers would trade up to get Jerzon Newton, even though he is sliding. Joel did not look excited on the camera. What do you think about that? I thought he looked excited. I thought he looked normal. I mean, what is he supposed to do? Make a face? I don't know. He's just got a maybe resting pouty face or something. Can't believe we took a tackle at 5. Bro, believe it. This is Harbaugh ball. We got a new coaching staff. We're not going to be throwing the ball, getting Justin Herbert hurt and sacked. We're going to be running the ball. We're going to have an efficient offense. We're just going to dominate teams. Hopefully. That's the goal. That's the plan. Is the pick on Twitter yet? Okay. Quinyon Mitchell. It is Quinyon. So Terrion Arnold would be the only cornerback that I could see the Chargers trading up for into the first round. Because I don't think they would trade up for Cooper DeJean. If Cooper DeJean falls to him, though, I think they would select him in the second. run on cornerback start? I hope not. Who else could take a cornerback here in the back end of the first? The Jags are on the board right now. They're probably going to take a wide receiver. And then do the Cowboys take a wide receiver? I feel like Cowboys would take interior offensive line. They could take a receiver. Think we should get a wide receiver in the second round or get one in free agency? If it's between those two, it's a wide receiver in the second round. Because I don't want anybody in free agency right now. Here's the pick.
Has gone global.
This is Eagles.
This past year, we played games in front of amazing.
Why is he's always got a speech?
This upcoming season, we will play our first ever game in South America, in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon. The NFL's International Player Pathway Program.
He's got, bro. Roger, something about Roger Goodell, mate. Just so shut up. Just shut up. Say the
To
pick.
compete at the NFL level and potentially earn a spot on our NFL roster. One of the most successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles, Jordan Mailata.
Now we're going to bring another guy?
Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy.
Bro, I thought they were going to bring out Jordan Mailata. I'm like, he's doing all this just to introduce the guy to actually announce the pick. Just announce the pick.
Beach, Gold Coast, Australia.
Okay.
Take it, Jordan.
Oh, no, he actually was. Okay, he's not even there.
How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger. Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under.
Nice.
With the 22nd pick in the 2024
Quinyon.
NFL Draft,
It's Quinyon Mitchell.
me, Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell.
Okay, so there's the pick. that was a lot tougher than I expected. Okay, so now we're at 23. CB1 is probably off the board, unless you have Terrion Arnold as your CB1. That's crazy value, though, for the Eagles. That's crazy for them. Brian Thomas Jr. to the Bolts. That would be a nice one. It's getting dark in here. I'm trying to get the... It's because I'm on Twitter, bro. It's because I'm refreshing Twitter. It looks like I'm in a dungeon. Okay. No tipped picks yet. Damn, the Eagles just got an awesome pick, though. So 23, this is that trade down that the Jags had, so I would expect Brian Thomas Jr. I'd expect him to go to the Jags. It's called mood lighting. Get in the mood. Terrion Arnold to the Jags? Ooh. That could be. Dill Pickle is mad. Don't be mad, Dill. Dill Pickle. Keep the hope alive, Dill Pickle. Joe Alt, great player. Maybe not the perfect pick at that spot, but really, really good player. And this board has fallen really awesome. Okay, I think Brian Thomas Jr. is probably going to be a Jaguar. I'm still refreshing. Nothing new yet. This... Have to accept the pick. What else can we do? Exactly. Make the best out of it. Chances are good to land Kool-Aid or Cooper DeJean at 37. Yeah, I think Kool-Aid McKinstry is kind of likely to be there at this point, unless there's like a crazy run on cornerbacks. But Cooper DeJean, little iffy. I think it would be Cooper DeJean if he is there. And that would be freaking awesome. But I think this is probably the spot where Brian Thomas Jr. goes, and then we're probably going to see Terrion Arnold to the Packers. And then does it get past the Bucks? Pick is in. Let me refresh. Ooh, okay. The Jags. I have the pick, ladies and gentlemen. The Jacksonville Jaguars. They took Brian Thomas Jr. That was our guy. That was one of our guys. Okay. That's okay. Wasn't the best fit. Wasn't the best fit for us. Still other wide receivers available. Adonai Mitchell is available. That was your top guy outside of Nabers. Yeah, he had a ton of athleticism. Had some issues with drops at times. Didn't run a full route tree, but he had the size. He had the speed. Adonai Mitchell, though, is a really good route runner. I would love to see Adonai Mitchell catching balls from Justin Herbert, and that would make the blow of Joe Alt even lessened because it did hurt a little bit. It would feel like no blow at all if we ended up getting Adonai Mitchell even like in the second round because he might be there. Only X receiver is Xavier Legette. Yeah, him and Adonai Mitchell are the only guys that I think have like number one potential for day 2. But Brendan Rice does. I wouldn't take him in the second though, because we're talking about second round. Dallas, Buffalo, and Kansas City all need wide receivers. Okay. Dallas taking Jerzon Newton. Is that the pick or is that a guess? It's a good guess. Because he's fallen too. Jags are still on the clock at 23. Oh no, the pick is in for the Jags. Okay. So the Cowboys are on the clock now. Who is the pick? I'm not seeing the pick yet. It was a guess? Yeah, okay. Because these interior offensive linemen have not gone yet. Graham Barton is your guess right now. Oh, to the Jags. I think or not to the Jags. The Jags took Brian Thomas Jr. to the Cowboys. That would start the run. I gotta go to the bathroom really bad. Give me 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Trust me, I'm locked in. I'll be back in 5 seconds. I gotta go pee. Hold on. I'm back. Did I miss anything? It was 40 seconds. Okay. Sorry. There's that Brian Thomas Jr. pick.
So much speed, and that offense, it was just beautiful to watch. This is a big reason why Jaden Daniels had 100 explosive plays between his own runs. It's a 2. It wasn't a 2. The ball to these.
Okay, so trying to see if the tip or the pick was tipped yet for the Cowboys. Because if this is interior offensive line, we're starting to get, these guys are starting to go at every position basically. But if it's not, then I think we really got to be looking at interior offensive line at 37. And that would be nuts. That would be so crazy. How would you guys be okay with that? If we go Joe Alt and then Zach Frazier or JPJ, Graham Barton might be there at 37. Like no trade up. Would you be okay with interior O-line? It doesn't matter what we want, clearly. Okay. It's a little split. Build the trenches, yeah. That would be a real statement. Imagine that you freaking pick Joe Alt, the best tackle on the board, and then you could get the best interior player on the board in the second round. That's like really building through the trenches. Is the pick in for Cowboys?
Who are the Cowboys going to add to their mix? That's next. This is the NFL Draft Live on NFL Network.
This is the NFL Draft Live on NFL Network. They're still on the clock. I kind of want them to not take one of these interior offensive linemen because I'm kind of down to double dip on O-line. Need a wide receiver. We had a bust and Josh Palmer. Yeah, we need a wide receiver. But look at the way the board is falling. I mean, a wide receiver could be there. But the way this board is falling is like the value is at interior offensive line at the moment. Quentin Johnson did do better than Mike Williams in year one, but he's an unknown. Quentin Johnson is an unknown. So we can't just rely on him to be good. And we also can't, put it in the bank that he's not good and he never will be. Draft is playing to what Jim Harbaugh might want. Maybe Jim Harbaugh wants that. He wants that interior offensive line pick. I kind of think that the Cowboys take interior. I'm looking at Twitter. As soon as I see it, I'm going to tell you. Nothing right now. Nothing going on yet. Come on, Jerry. It's the pick in. 2 minutes on the clock. What if they're talking right now? A minute and a half left on the clock now. What if they're talking to a team trying to trade up for Terrion Arnold? What if somebody else is thinking what we're thinking? What if the Chiefs trade up for a wide receiver? What if the Chiefs trade up for Adonai Mitchell? They probably just stay put because they're kind of in a good spot right now. Huh. I just feel like somebody is going to trade up into this first. I got to start drinking beer. If I haven't started drinking alcohol yet, as a Chargers fan, I don't think there's going to be a point because I think we went through the worst of it already as Chargers fans. Who has a worse wide receiver room than us? Nobody. Maybe not. Pick is in. I'm going to refresh Twitter. Cowboys trade. Lions traded up to 24. Detroit is taking Terrion Arnold. So, yeah. Somebody wanted to trade up and get Terrion Arnold. That's what it felt like. So, he is off the board. The two cornerbacks are off the board. Brian Thomas Jr. is off. All of these interior guys are there, but maybe the Cowboys were looking at that position. Lions still have 29. So wait, what are the trade details here? It's kind of hard to read. No, the Cowboys got 29, and then it was just like a swap of a 2025. Okay, Lions gave up the first round in 2025, and the Cowboys gave up their third this year. Okay. Skip says Graham Barton for the Cowboys? Because this one is Terrion Arnold. Bro, that's a good pick. Oh, okay, so they're talking about the trade.
Hawkinson swap with Minnesota to move on up and get a 7th round selection.
That wasn't what I just read.
Process. Dan Campbell, man crushing on somebody right now.
Oh, a 2025 7.
And we'll find out who he's taking.
Rich,
bro, I read that as a 1.
Did they report incorrectly?
Look at this Cowboys war room.
What's up with that? We're celebrating Detroit tonight. What are they talking about?
Bro, oh, man. The Lions and the Eagles got some really good picks. Those are the 2 cornerbacks that fell all that way. They are definitely winners in this draft. Packers are on the clock at 25. This could be another spot for interior. Or Cooper DeJean. I just kind of feel like one of these linebackers actually might go in the first round too. And then that's going to push corner a little bit because Kool-Aid McKinstry. Also wide receiver because Adonai Mitchell. And then the interior offensive line. It's going to be pushed down to us at 37. I think Edgerrin Cooper could be... Let's see, like, where would he go? I was going to say Ravens. They don't need it. Do the Cowboys get crazy and take a linebacker? Linebacker group's not really first round worthy. Yep. That's what we think. The Falcons thought Michael Penix Jr. was worth a top 10 pick. You know, so it only takes one team. Nate Wiggins is the best corner in the draft. Yeah, I was reading a comment. That's not my statement. But I think Nate Wiggins, he could go in the first round here. 6 minutes left on the clock. They still haven't announced Terrion Arnold to the Lions. They got to speed this up. We are way ahead right now. Jaguars. Talking about the Jaguars on Twitter. Also, I keep forgetting, Jerzon Newton keeps sliding here. Okay? Don't let me forget Jerzon Newton.
Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect.
I would have dominated in that league.
Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers.
So this is Terrion Arnold.
Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie Fagley.
Did the Packers pick? Not yet. Not yet.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive back, Alabama.
And he's going to be here in person. And one of the...
Bro, that's a great pick. That is such a good pick. Not going to be mad at Jerzon Newton at 37. That would be amazing value. And he followed up. Not going to happen, though. Yeah, I don't know. But, man, the value. I mean, the way this is going right now is like double dipping on the trenches. And I'm talking either Jerzon Newton, if he is there, or these interior offensive line guys, because I really cannot believe that Graham Barton has not gone. That's like a Packers pick. If he gets past 25, if Graham Barton gets past 25, I don't know what to tell you. How long have the Packers been on the clock? Jordan Morgan, I don't know about Jordan Morgan. I mean, Jordan Morgan could go in the first round. We wouldn't take Jordan Morgan if that's what you're saying. A lot of options in day 2, you're right. A lot of really good options, man. What okay. I just had another thought. What if we take Blake Corum with all of these good options available in the second round? Oh, that would be bad. Oh, wait, Jordan Morgan to the Packers. Oh, that's what you were saying. Bro. You guys are freaking out about that Blake Corum thought. Yeah. Let me get that out of here. Jordan Morgan just went to the Packers. Now all of these interior offensive linemen are on the freaking board. Whoa. We might legitimately double dip on O-line. That's gonna really make people mad. Oh my gosh. Imagine being one of the Malik Nabers or bust people and you get double dip on O-line. Wow, Edgerrin Cooper in the second wouldn't bother me. With who's available, I wouldn't like that with who's available. But again, that's kind of the same thing. Like, I like the player, like I like Joe Alt, but with who's available, I would have gone in a different direction. Oh, Terry and Arnold's talking.
Y'all got to start, man. Hey, I'm home, man. I'm home. Hey, these fans gonna be crazy, man. Golly.
The Lions have announced themselves as Super.
He hit him with a golly. This is crazy that the Packers took Jordan Morgan over Graham Barton. So what is going on with Graham Barton then? Does he have injury concerns? What's crazy is we could have had Nabers and interior offensive line in the second. Oh man, I don't know if I would have preferred that over Joe Alt. And then a wide receiver. Because what if we have Joe Alt and then Adonai Mitchell? I don't know what I would like better. Trade up for Graham Barton. That'd be a huge statement. Adonai Mitchell or Ladd McConkey? Mitchell isn't falling to us. Hey, you don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows right now. But if he gets past the Chiefs, that's nuts. I'm thinking about trading up for a wide receiver at the back end of the first. And we're at 26. So the Bucs at 26. They could be a spot for Cooper DeJean. I don't think they'd go interior offensive line. Cardinals would. So Cardinals could get Graham Barton. I think the Bills might. And then the Cowboys too. Okay. That might be a crazy run right there. We desperately need a CB1. We do. But with Quinion Mitchell and Terry and Arnold gone now, Cooley McKinstry, Cooper DeJean, TJ Tampa, and Ennis Rakestraw Jr. Two of those guys are probably going to be there. I think two of them. No trade-ups. Thank you, Anime. I appreciate that, man. Xavier Legette. Yeah, some people still want Xavier Legette at 37. Nate Wiggins. Oh. If they traded for Terrion Arnold, I would have been okay with it. Yeah, I would have been totally fine with the trade up for Terrion Arnold. But then you're pushing wide receiver back even more because then you have to give up. What would you have given up? 37 and then the 4th or the 3rd even. Maybe a future pick. But yeah, it's tough pushing wide receiver so far back. Troy Franklin in round 3. Troy Franklin's going to go in round 2. If Cooper DeJean falls out of this first round, someone has to trade up in the second to get him. The Buccaneers took Graham Barton. Okay. Didn't think that they'd be the team to take him. Okay. That's a great pick for them. So, Zach Frazier and Jackson Powers-Johnson are the interior guys left on the board. Jerzon Newton is on the board, but the Cardinals could take Jerzon Newton. I think they might want to hit interior offensive line before interior D-line. Wait, some of you guys wanted Jordan Morgan? I think that's... Let him go. Let all the tackles go. Kool-Aid McKinstry at 37 might be the most likely outcome here. The most likely good outcome. I cannot see Cooper DeJean falling to 37. That would be crazy. There's a lot of action in the late 20s with teams trying to come up. That's from Ian Rappaport. So teams trying to come up, probably trying to get Jerzon Newton, trying to get their center. Who else will they be going for? Adonai Mitchell, one of these receivers like Xavier Worthy, McConkey maybe? Because they probably want to get ahead of the Chiefs and the Bills. Cardinals are still on the clock? Yeah, because the Bucks just picked Graham Barton. Cardinals are on the clock. Okay, and these are teams that are going to take guys that we probably want. Yeah, Bills need a wide receiver too. Bills. Chiefs. The Niners didn't make a trade, and there was that report that the Niners would possibly put Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel on the table. So we got to keep that in mind that the Niners, they're not committed to either one of those wide receivers. So they could theoretically trade one of those guys and then draft a wide receiver there at 31. But that's getting kind of crazy, I think, at this point. Because if they would have traded, it probably would have happened by now. Didn't Hortiz say best player available and he selected Alt? That was their best player available. I think it was probably Marvin Harrison Jr. and then Joe Alt. But then after that, I don't know. Maybe after that was Malik Nabers. Maybe after that was JC Latham. And then remember what Jim Harbaugh said. There's going to be talk about getting weapons for Justin Herbert. He views the offensive line as the tip of the spear. That's the weapon. I understand the thinking. I understand the thought process. And listen, man, after what happened with Phillip Rivers, like we're gonna be protecting Justin Herbert. These guys are gonna be protecting Justin Herbert. Oh, okay. I know the Cardinals pick. This is a guy that was getting mocked later on in the first round. Darius Robinson from Missouri, the defensive lineman, just went to the Cardinals at 27 over Jerzon Newton. Probably because they're going to play him on edge. They're probably going to play him all over. But I did not think he would go over Jerzon Newton. Jerzon Newton's really slipping. And also, okay, because here's the other thing. Cooper DeJean and Jerzon Newton are slipping. The Ravens are probably going to take one of those guys. So that leaves the other guy out to probably go in the second round if one of these other teams doesn't take him. Oh my God, what if the Chiefs take either one of those? I mean, they have Chris Jones. They just traded away L'Jarius Sneed to the Titans. Oh no. I might have just materialized Cooper DeJean to the Chiefs. I think that might be a possibility here. Oh my God. Somebody needs to trade up and take him. Don't let him get to the Chiefs because that would be the pick, dude. But then they wouldn't get a wide receiver. Oh, we cannot let them have Cooper DeJean. That would suck. I keep refreshing Twitter. The Bills are on the clock at 28. Graham Barton just went. Darius Robinson just went. Bro, the NFL Network broadcast is still on 26 with the Bucks. So I'm saying Slater at right tackle, that's not going to happen. Sean Slater's left tackle, 100%. I think they even confirmed that in a statement that they made after taking Joe Alt. But listen, there's no problem with putting Joe Alt at right tackle. There's no problem with that. It's not an issue. You're just going to move him. It's not an issue. We took a generational left tackle at 5. Yeah. He just played left tackle at Notre Dame because he was better than the other offensive lineman. It doesn't mean he can't play right tackle. Left tackle is the most valuable tackle position for a right-handed quarterback. But right tackle is still very valuable. Those are both having two bookend guys. You don't want to move Rashawn Slater, who is already an all-pro left tackle. Okay? You can't do it. You just can't do that. I mean, this would be crazy. But because of Rashawn Slater's arm length, you could move him to guard and then put Joe Alt at left tackle, and then that would keep Trey Pipkins on the field. I don't think that's going to happen either. I think that's even less likely. Just do Rashawn Slater, Zion Johnson, Bradley Bozeman, right guard, competition, Jamari Sawyer, Jordan McFadden as of right now. And then right tackle is Joe Alt. Slater fell off last year, but he was injured. He was injured for a lot of the season. He was playing through, I think, a couple ankle injuries. Zach Center, right guard. I would love that. But we might be getting a really good interior offensive lineman. That falls to us, man. Jackson Powers-Johnson. Or Zach Frazier. Either one of those guys. Either one of those guys. Chargers have to pay Slater after the season. Yeah, they're definitely going to extend him. For sure. Or we can trade him for a first. No, you need these offensive linemen. The reason we picked Joe Alt as 5 is because we want offensive linemen like Joe Alt and like Rashawn Slater. They're like one and the same. Really good tackles. Like, obviously they play different. Their play style is different. And they're built differently, very differently. But the reasoning behind them is the same. The reason they picked Joe Alt as 5 is because they value guys like him and Rashawn Slater. They're both staying on this team. They're both gonna start. Okay, we're still at 27. Darius Robinson to the Cardinals. So 28 right now is the Bills. This could be the spot for Adonai Mitchell or Xavier Worthy. Would kind of be crazy because they did just lose Gabriel Davis. So Xavier Worthy could be that spot, like that role in their offense. Let me listen in
on the
here.
edge, and he flourished. Previously, he'd been inside. So teams were split on how you use him. Some feel like you play him outside on the edge on those base downs, those early downs, then let him rush inside. But they really want to get some interior pass rush, and I believe that's why Darius Robinson was their guy.
What a great...
Okay. If the Bills pass on Adonai Mitchell, we have to jump the Chiefs. What is worse for us, if the Chiefs end up with Adonai Mitchell or Cooper DeJean? Because I actually think I would rather give him Adonai Mitchell. This board is falling for the Chiefs kind of well. What if they take one of the interior offensive linemen even? Just go like purely best player available? I think Adonai is worse because they don't have any good receivers. I kind of think Cooper DeJean would be worse because Patrick Mahomes has proven that he can win without a wide receiver and a good defense. So you take out L'Jarius Sneed and insert Cooper DeJean. You're having a team that's more similar to the one that just won the Super Bowl. You'd be changing it up, you know? So the Cardinals got Marvin Harrison Jr. and Darius Robinson. It's a pretty good haul. I don't like Darius Robinson that much. Obviously Marvin Harrison Jr., bro. That was the guy. That was our guy. I'm refreshing Twitter. Still nothing. Nothing yet. A lot of people talking about the Falcons taking Michael Penix. That's why this whole thing started. Chiefs traded up. Did they? Am I getting baited? Let me look. I don't see anything yet. It says Bills still on the clock with 2 minutes left. Chiefs trade up. It's crazy. Did they? Keep refreshing. Yes, they did. They did. Confirmed. Oh boy. That's got to be Adonai Mitchell. Or it could be Cooper DeJean. I don't know. It's one of them. Oh man. I was falling that way too. Okay, so they got the 4th and the 7th for the 3rd. Okay. So they're just swapping first, basically. 4th and 7th for a 3rd is like what that kind of is. Just to move up 3-4 spots. Why would the Bills help the Chiefs? They're helping themselves too. They wanted to trade down. Oh, I know the pick. Yep, you guys know it. Xavier Worthy. This is good. I'm totally fine with this because I don't think he's going to be that successful. I think the size is a big concern. He's obviously going to have those Tyreek Hill comparisons, but he's more like John Ross, to be honest with you. Andy Reid is probably the best guy to utilize him, though, so there is that. That's scary. But in terms of a wide receiver that I think would have fit the Chiefs better, it would be Adonai Mitchell. So I'm glad that they took Xavier Worthy over Adonai Mitchell. I think people are going to look back on this and be like, that was a bad pick. But I'm just glad that they didn't take Cooper DeJean. Because like I said, you get past the Ravens, Jerzon Newton or Cooper DeJean. Amen. Means they have faith in Rice. I don't think so. I think Rashee Rice is kind of SOL from what I read. He's only going to be suspended 4 games? I don't know. I'm going to keep refreshing here. Xavier Worthy. Yeah, he's fast. We get it. I'm just reading all these tweets. Okay. So we only have 1, 2, 3, 4 picks left, and it's the Cowboys, the Ravens, the Niners, and the Bills. And the guys that we want that could fall are Jerzon Newton, Cooper DeJean, Jackson Powers Johnson, Zach Frazier, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Ennis Rakestraw Jr., TJ Tampa I'd put in there. Okay. That's 7 guys. And we're at pick 29, and we're 37. So, Chris, thank you. No spamming. Christopher. I had the timing on. Thanks, man. I get it. TJ Tampa isn't as good as Andrew Phillips. Ooh, Andrew Phillips from Kentucky, I think, right? I don't know. He's got the measurables. I mean, TJ Tampa does too. I'm going to keep refreshing. What is happening? What is going on? Somebody said Penix at 8 is arguably the worst pick in the history of the NFL draft. Falcons fans are happy. A lot of people seem to be mad that the Bills traded with the Chiefs because they gave him Xavier Worthy. Am I the only one who's not nervous or scared about Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs? Like, I understand that Andy Reid is the guy to unlock Xavier Worthy if there is going to be a guy, but I don't really see it happening. Eric, you're terrified? This is like a John Ross. I mean, the best, I feel like his ceiling would be Brandon Cooks, which Brandon Cooks was pretty good. Here's the Chiefs pick, though, with Xavier Worthy.
Reinforcements as well for the pick of the 2-time defending.
Not going to lie, it's a reach.
Super Bowl
Yeah,
champs,
I agree with you.
hosts of last year's draft.
The NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. One important wish was requested by a young man by the name of Justin Laverne, who was diagnosed with renal failure at age 15 and received a kidney.
Mecole 2.0. That's kind of a good comp, actually. Ooh, the Cowboys just took a pick. Okay. This is good. Tyler Guyton. Tyler Guyton at 29. So these tackles really went off the board, man. Like really quickly. Tyler Guyton and Jordan Morgan in the first round. Could we see Kingsley Suamataia in the first round? Wow. Chargers have the best tackle duo in the league? Maybe. I mean, hey, if Joe Alt comes in and he plays the way I expect him to, there's a Xavier Worthy pick.
And it's
I want to hear what they have to say.
That the 20th offensive player of this first round, breaking a record for most offensive players taken in a first round, and that record is
Tank Dell. So DJ has Tank Dell as the comparison for him. I don't really see that.
Chiefs.
Yeah.
Look out.
This might not be the last record he breaks when you put him with Patrick Mahomes. Instant speed, that 4.21 all-time great in terms of that number. And watch how fast he is on a field of fast players at Alabama. This is the game that jumped out to me. The ability to get down the field, track the ball over your shoulder, almost like Willie Mays, but then also be able to run routes. This is where the Deshaun Jackson comparison and the Tank Dell comparison, undersized, explosive players, but they're also excellent route runners. And Worthy has the toughness.
Devontae Smith, Tyreek as your comp.
Shows up as a returner. Don't forget.
I don't like him that much.
Andy Reid, BYU,
I don't know. Just don't. They have Xavier Worthy and Marquise Brown.
About this kid.
I don't like that wide receiver core that they have. It's just speed guys. I don't think they're great route runners, really. The size is a concern. Who's going to be your number one wide receiver? I mean, they got problems at wide receiver just like we do. And we are at pick 30 because the Cowboys took Tyler Guyton. So the Ravens, this is going to be either Cooper DeJean or Jerzon Newton. Okay, I'm almost sure of that. This is the most Ravens pick ever, man. To take Cooper DeJean, he just falls to you at 30. Bro. Hey, Joe Hortiz, maybe get on the phone. We don't know what's going on yet. They're still on the clock. And they have Kelsey. Yeah, they have Travis Kelsey, but that's their best receiving weapon. I'm talking about their wide receiver room. They have wide receiver issues. Build from the inside out. Yeah, the Ravens do that. Do. Okay. So if it is Jerzon Newton to the Raiders or to the Ravens, oh my God. Then, you know what? Actually, what if they take O-line? Because they love offensive linemen. Just like us. 31 to the Niners. I don't know. That might be another Cooper DeJean spot. I don't think the Bills, though. Roger Goodell just dropped the card as he was walking out. He tries to look so cool when he's walking out, like this is a wrestling arena.
With this 29th overall selection.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton, tackle, Oklahoma.
Well, there you go.
It's good for us.
In my top 50, and I believe that
Get him off the board. Get them all off the board. Would cost pick 110. Yes. So going from 37, right now we're at 30. Just make sure nothing happened. We're still at 30. No, nothing happened. So, yeah, going up 7 spots, I think that would be like a 4th round pick. Cooper DeJean, bro, I would love Cooper DeJean so much. I would love Jerzon Newton just as much, though. I think, man, no, I would like Cooper DeJean more. I'm settled. Cooper DeJean. But I would love both guys. I keep refreshing. Let's get Jerzon Newton and finally stop the run. That, and he brings some good pass rush. His hands are freaking explosive, man. He moves people. He is a people mover. Ravens pick is in. Okay. I'm refreshing like a madman right now. I don't see anything yet. Give up a fourth to have a stud offensive tackle and cornerback. Then all we need is wide receiver and center. Would you give up the fourth for the center? Because it might be the center. Because Jackson Powers-Johnson and Zach Frazier on the board. Is that Raven pick actually in? Yeah, pick is in. So we're on 31 right now. Cost to move. Oh, you guys, this guy was not on my board for the Chargers because I didn't think he would be a good fit. Nate Wiggins just went to the Ravens. This is going really, really well. We're going to have our pick of a good player in the second round that no one thought was going to be there. Wow. Nate Wiggins, he's another guy who's got size concerns. Can he hold up on the outside? I think he's like 174 pounds. But he's a good corner. Does this mean that top 7 options you mentioned are all available now? Yes. Because Nate Wiggins was not someone I was considering. And I don't think the Chargers were considering him either because of the size. And they need a boundary corner really bad. It would not have been a fit. Poll time. I don't even know. There's too many guys to put in the poll. Let me make a poll. Okay, here we go. Wait, how do I make a poll? Where's the poll button? Oh, God. I can't figure it out. I need to refresh Twitter. But just put in the comments who you're looking at. Yeah, Ravens, freaking Nate Wiggins. Why do they take Nate Wiggins over Cooper DeJean? So what is going on with Cooper DeJean that he's not going? 49ers is still on the clock at 31. This price to trade up is getting lower and lower if we want to actually do it. Get that 5th-year extension. Get that option. He's white. Like, bro, everyone is saying it's because he's white. That's funny. They're trying to find a pro comp for him. They can't find any white DBs. They're like, I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't touch it. There's no good comps.
Right. Bring him back to the Ravens.
No, you can't have each other. We like him too much on Big Noon Kickoff. He's the best.
All right, so 3 picks to go. It's the
Here's that Ravens
from
pick.
last year's AFC playoffs.
I'm gonna refresh.
The Baltimore Ravens.
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins, defensive back, Clemson.
Yeah, you guys talked about it in terms of just the pure cover corner. That's what he is. Reminded me of DRC, Dominique Rodgers-Cromartie. The 173 pounds.
That's
was
a good
startling.
comp.
He got to his pro day. He was back up over 180, so that was encouraging. A very dynamic.
I remember watching DRC when I was a kid. I remember his back pedal. It was like lightning fast. Cooper DeJean with Jesse Minter. Oh, and Derwin James. Like Cooper DeJean and Derwin James, can you imagine the formations and the amount of things that you can do with the same look? It would be nuts. I keep refreshing. Nothing's going on yet. But yeah, 31 might be a spot for him. Yeah, Ben, I read that. Cooper has a mentality. Yeah, I like Cooper DeJean. Twitter is slowing down, bro. They need to get up to date. Let's get up to date. Who is the Niners pick? Niners have 4 minutes left on the clock. Kool-Aid at 31, you think? Over Coop? Huh. I can see that, I guess. Maybe. Ooh, nothing new. Nothing new. Trade up and get Cooper. I might be down. I might be down for that. Because the price to trade up at this point, it's only 6 picks away from 37. And the Bills, they already traded down. So would they want to do a double trade down? What about Keon Coleman? Keon Coleman is kind of just like a jump ball guy. Those guys typically don't really give you much in the NFL. Like if you're a college wide receiver and your best trait and like your best glowing trait is the jump ball, those guys typically don't develop well in the NFL. Best follow on Twitter? I guess like Adam Schefter, follow him. Ian Rappaport. A lot of guys. There's so many, but they all kind of tweet the same thing around the same time. But yeah, Ian Rappaport at Rap Sheet. He's the NFL Network guy. Oh, I saw the name Xavier Legette. I got freaked out for a second. Niners still on the clock. What if the Niners take another tackle? That would be best case scenario, I think. Keep the tackles coming. Imagine we trade for the Bills 32 and take 80 Mitchell. I would love that. Trading up for... Oh, here we go. Cooper DeJean. It is the Niners. Okay. Jazon Newton's still there. Jazon Newton or Adonai Mitchell. Or a center. Like Zach Frazier, Jackson Powers-Johnson. We still got tons of guys. Even at cornerback. Ennis Rakestraw Jr., TJ Tampa. I know Garrett from the Lightning round likes Kamari Lassiter a lot. Could take him from Georgia. I think the 4.6 is a little concerning. I don't know what the Chargers think of that. I think Ian Rappaport's talking home.
If I can follow up to actually use the English language, wouldn't they want to trade him for a first-round pick, or
wait,
if they could trade him tomorrow night?
Ooh, so the pick of hold on. There's two different reports on it right now. Someone is saying the Niners took Cooper DeJean. Someone else is saying they took Ricky Pearsall. Albert Breer and Ari are saying Ricky Pearsall. Yes. Okay, so Ricky Pearsall is much better to go than Cooper DeJean, in my opinion. Wow. So why were people saying Cooper DeJean? There were a couple guys saying Cooper DeJean. That's weird. No, it's 100% Ricky Pearsall. 100% it is Ricky Pearsall for the Niners. Yeah. Niners picked Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver from Florida. He had one of the best catches I've ever seen in college football in my life, but he's not a wide receiver one. Again, this is a guy that I was not considering for the Chargers. Wow. So we're at 32. A lot of these guys are available. Tre'Davious White just got, cut from the Bills. Maybe they take Cooper DeJean.
Man in the history of the combine, and the Bills will.
Yeah, I saw Dove Kleeman posted Cooper DeJean. I also saw the Draft Network did.
In the 2024 NFL Draft,
This is the pick, though. Ricky Pearsall.
San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver, Florida.
So they do take a receiver, and it's Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah,
Wow.
Ricky Pearsall is coming off a great year, and somebody who also went to the Senior Bowl and showed up down there.
Wait. The Niners took Ricky Pearsall, and we were just talking about Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel being available for a trade. I don't think the Chargers should trade for Brandon Ayuk. Deebo Samuel would be, I don't know, it'd be something I consider. I think he's got 2 or 3 years left on his deal, but he's getting like $70 million. Do the Chargers want to give that much money to a wide receiver? I don't know, but I don't think they want to give Brandon Ayuk a new contract for sure, because he's going to get like $30 million. Oh, okay. Panthers are coming up from 33, trading with the Bills to go up to 32. So maybe the Panthers are getting a guy like Xavier Legette. Maybe it's Adonai Mitchell. Ricky Pearsall going over Adonai Mitchell is nuts. Joey Bosa for Deebo. I would do that. I don't think the Chargers do, though. I don't think it's going to happen, but for me, maybe. I would definitely have it on the table. Bosa for Ayuk. I wouldn't do Brandon Ayuk because, again, he's going to get $30 million a year just because of the time that they signed that extension. So, yeah, here's the trade. The Panthers, they're talking about it right now. It has to be a wide receiver.
First round this evening and get a fifth year of contractual control on somebody. We will find out. So, Buffalo Bills fans who are waiting all
don't know the pick yet
to see their team draft somebody in the first round, well, take some melatonin.
Okay, so yeah, the Bills traded down 2 times. It only took a 6th round swap, like a 5th round swap to go up 1 spot. This has to be a receiver. It's Xavier Legette. I knew it. It was Xavier Legette. Okay. Interesting. First round is over. That is the end of the first round. Xavier Legette and Ricky Pearsall going over Adonai Mitchell. Adonai Mitchell's still on the board, guys, for day 2 tomorrow. That is crazy. Second round value drops tremendously for what are you talking about? For Cooper DeJean, is that who you're talking about? Bill's eating well tonight. Wow, okay. So, Cooper DeJean, Jerzon Newton, Jackson Powers Johnson, Zach Frazier, Ennis Rakestraw Jr., wow, we have a lot of guys on the board here. This is nuts. A lot of the reason is because these tackles were flying off the board, man. And we took the best one. We took the first and the best tackle available. So with the way this first round played out, I would say I'm happy with Joel, honestly. Because think about what was going to happen next year. Trey Pipkins is going to be gone after the season. Then you have that whole huge hole opened up on the offensive line at tackle, which is a premier position. Would have been a lot of trouble, man. It would have been a bunch of trouble. And they're avoiding having that issue later on at a premier position. at a position that they value higher than every other position. That's the foundation of what they're trying to build, that offensive line. Yes, Panthers traded into the first round to 32 for Xavier Legette. So that means the Bills traded down 2 times. Corner or JPJ in the second. See, now we're like taking wide receiver. I don't know. Adonai Mitchell, if he's there at 37, I think he's got to be the pick. The Bills have the first pick tomorrow, Eli. Bills at 33. Yeah, I'll make a video, Jorge. I'm not going to be able to sleep, bro. And Kool-Aid McKinstry. Kool-Aid McKinstry is on the board. Wow. So if we took Malik Nabers, we would not have been able to address tackle like at all. And then, I mean, we probably would need a double dip on receiver anyway. Here's the pick.
The Panthers wrapping up the night.
The Buffalo Bills.
And then we'll talk about some second rounders.
To the Carolina Panthers.
Yep.
With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier Legette, wide receiver, South Carolina.
They are of the
Why are you saying Legette?
first round. Thank you, Detroit, for a record-setting night. Don't forget, over the next 2 days, you can break the all-time NFL draft record. Thank you. See you at 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
And speaking of record,
He didn't even pronounce his name correctly. Make a vid of your cluster at 37. I will. I need to make a vid about Joe Alt too, bro. I had a video ready to go about JC Latham because I was so confident it was going to be JC. Now I just need to make it about Joe Alt. And I was going to go over film. I totally didn't do that because there was so much going on in the freaking draft. Thank you for hosting my. Thanks for tuning in, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't know how many people were going to tune in. We got 200 people in here. That's awesome. Thank you guys for coming. We're going to talk about second round and the third round tomorrow. I'm going to have a video about that. Hopefully I'll get it out. Try to get it out by like 1 p.m. But yeah, a lot of good players. A lot of really good players that I'd be considering. And also, I'm going to have a Joe Alt video out. Hopefully a video out for every single pick. But I'm going to be live on the Bleacher Report tomorrow for day 2 of the draft. So, if you want to know where I'm going to be, it's at the Bleacher Report. I'll probably post a link or something on Twitter. So you can follow me on Twitter there. But dude, lots of good players available. We're sitting well. We're sitting very well right now. Think we get Keon Coleman or Adonai Mitchell? Adonai Mitchell would be awesome. I called it on my Nightmare episode. Hey man, the new Nightmare became JC Latham, but Joe Alt was the worst case scenario for a while. He's a great player. But man, look at this receiver room right now. But again, I understand the pick. All right, man. It's getting late. Stream tomorrow at Bleacher Report. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm glad we could have this experience together. It made it better. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I'll be posting some videos tomorrow. Definitely the clump at the top of the second round, and then maybe a Joe Alt video if I have it out and ready to go. But a lot going on. I will see you guys tomorrow.